Buenos días, ¿se escucha bien? ¿Sí? Genial, gracias. Bien, primero les doy la bienvenida, los saludo, buenos días a todos y vamos primero con un pequeño recordatorio de las medidas de seguridad. Sí, por su seguridad y comodidad les rogamos tener en cuenta las siguientes recomendaciones.
A partir de este momento, te solicitamos por favor colocar tu celular en modo vibrador o en silencio y permanecer sentado para no interferir con el desarrollo del evento. Recuerda que, de acuerdo con la ley antitabaco, está prohibido fumar en lugares públicos como este. En caso de emergencia, conserva la calma. Evacúa inmediatamente hacia la parte externa, haciendo uso de las 3 rutas de evacuación puestas a disposición. No corras, empujes ni generes aglomeración. Dirígete a los puntos de reunión ubicados sobre el jirón Medrano Silva. Por ningún motivo uses los ascensores. Estamos listos para iniciar nuestro evento.
Bien, bienvenidos al Cleveland Clinic UTEC Summit 2022, un espacio donde nuestros panelistas abordarán muchas estrategias y tecnología de bajo costo para afrontar la era post-pandemia. Este evento es organizado por la carrera de Bioingeniería y el Centro de Investigación Bioingeniería UTEC. Este año, UTEC y Cleveland Clinic han adicionado un nuevo elemento a este summit, que es el desafío, en el cual alumnos y profesores de UTEC tuvieron la oportunidad de elaborar proyectos para combatir y ayudar a sobrellevar futuras pandemias empleando tecnologías de bajo costo. Los invitamos a ver los proyectos presentados al finalizar las presentaciones de la tarde en la terraza del piso 11. Ahora invitamos al doctor Julio Valdivia, director de la carrera de Bioingeniería y también director del Centro de Bioingeniería UTEC, quien nos dirigirá unas palabras. Julio, por favor.
Primero, buenos días con todos. La verdad, estoy muy contento de poder, después de 3 años, volver a la presencialidad y tenerlos aquí reunidos nuevamente y sobre todo con unos invitados tan especiales como nuestros amigos de Cleveland Clinic y además un invitado también especial, el doctor Gumbar de Georgia Tech. Gracias Barry, Robin, gracias James, gracias por estar acá, Jeff, y siempre estar juntos en todo momento de manera incondicional con nosotros en este evento, y no solamente en este evento, sino con el crecimiento de nuestra carrera y el crecimiento también del Centro de Bioingeniería. Voy a permitirme invitar ahora, ¿no?, contarles un poco el día de hoy de qué vamos a hablar. Vamos a hablar de tecnología, vamos a hablar de esta integración de la medicina, la ingeniería y la biología para poder solucionar problemas complejos, que es una de las características que tiene UTEC. Es una de las características que enseñamos a nuestros estudiantes. Es por eso que el día de hoy quiero también saludar a todos ustedes por ese interés y motivación que han tenido de tener unos minutos y un espacio de poder venir a nuestro evento. Estoy bastante contento de poder haber regresado a la presencialidad con ustedes y poder desafiar todo lo que venga en el futuro en temas de salud, en temas justamente de solución de problemas. Quiero presentar ahora con mucho cariño a nuestro director general, señor Javier Bustamante, que nos va a dar las palabras de bienvenida a este evento tan importante. Javier.
Muy buenos días a todos. Es un placer para mí darles la bienvenida a este importante evento. El Cleveland Clinic UTEC Summit 2022. Yo quiero agradecer de manera muy especial al doctor Julio Valdivia, que es el líder del Centro de Bioingeniería, de Investigación y en general de todo el Departamento de Bioingeniería de la Universidad, por promover y organizar este evento que es tan relevante para nosotros y para la carrera en particular por 5º año. Nuestra alianza estratégica con Cleveland Clinic es muy importante, pues en ambas instituciones privilegiamos la labor de investigación. Y lo que buscamos hoy es mostrar las experiencias que hemos obtenido en proyectos que hemos trabajado en conjunto y además en investigaciones que están en progreso. Este evento también busca ser un espacio de aprendizaje, pero también de motivación, para que se generen nuevas ideas, desafíos en función a las necesidades conjuntas que repercuten en la salud mundial. El tema que se ha elegido para esta edición es propicio y necesario, pues va a estar enfocado en las tecnologías de bajo costo para esta era que podemos denominar post-pandemia. Todos los que estamos aquí presentes no solo somos sobrevivientes de esta pandemia, sino que también hemos sido espectadores, hemos sido audiencia del avance acelerado de la tecnología y de alguna manera estamos también aquí gracias a las vacunas que pudieron crearse en base a diferentes tecnologías para combatir esta inesperada situación de crisis por el COVID-19. Es precisamente en situaciones adversas como la que acabamos de vivir para el mundo entero que aparecen los héroes, ¿no? Y tuvimos a científicos, médicos, ingenieros y otros profesionales que han estado trabajando muy duro para resolver una verdadera crisis. Y ese es precisamente el propósito de UTEC, preparar a sus estudiantes para resolver desafíos complejos de aquellos que llegan sin avisar y que requieren de algo que pasó y es una realidad que todos conocimos, en donde esperamos encaminar a nuestros estudiantes para estar preparados para algo así en el futuro, ¿no? Nos reunimos aquí para repensar el futuro y traer a la mesa nuevas ideas y nuevas propuestas para democratizar la tecnología en el mundo post-COVID. Es muy probable que la situación que acabamos de pasar en los últimos 2 años no sea la única pandemia que nos toque presenciar, lamentablemente. Pero sin duda, la siguiente no nos agarra desprevenidos, porque esto ha sido una lección costosa de muchas vidas, pero también nos ha llevado a demostrar que de todo salimos adelante. La pregunta que tenemos es, ¿nos sentimos preparados para una siguiente eventual crisis como esta? ¿Qué necesitamos para sentirnos preparados, para estar listos? Y también la idea es que en estas sesiones podamos conversar y aportar respecto a precisamente este tema y este tópico en particular, que se intercambien muchas ideas. Espero que al terminar este evento todos se lleven mucho aprendizaje, mucha motivación para seguir capacitándose y para seguir aportando. Las oportunidades y los desafíos para los bioingenieros son...
Muchas gracias, Javier. Antes de iniciar las presentaciones, quiero invitarlos a que puedan realizar sus preguntas mediante un número de WhatsApp, así que estén atentos con sus celulares, ¿sí? Para darles el número, es el 981-583-073. También pueden enviar sus preguntas a través del código QR que se encuentra en este lado del escenario. Una vez que los ponentes terminen sus presentaciones, ese será el momento para hacer la ronda de preguntas, ¿sí? Mientras tanto, mientras se desarrolla la presentación, ustedes pueden ir enviando sus preguntas que serán respondidas al final de la presentación. Bien, ahora le damos la bienvenida a Jeff Beans, director ejecutivo de Innovación y del Departamento de Ingeniería Biomédica del Instituto de Investigación Lerner en Cleveland Clinic, profesor del Departamento de Medicina Molecular de la Cleveland Clinic Lerner College of Medicine de la Universidad Case Western Reserve. Fue director de investigación, luego vicepresidente de la investigación clínica y avanzada y desarrollo de la corporación Volcano en San Diego. Es inventor de más de 60 patentes o solicitudes de patentes en los Estados Unidos y en todo el mundo, quien tendrá a cargo la ponencia sobre el negocio de la innovación. Por favor, Jeff.
Good morning. Buenos dias. I'd also like to thank Julio and Carla and the team for doing this. It's been 3 years since we were here. I was here at the opening of UTEC 10 years ago, and it's just phenomenal experience to see what has come of it today. I noticed the sign behind me. It says 10 years in action. This is not stagnant. This is not sitting. It's saying we are doing things and we're moving forward. And I've seen it in the past 10 years that I've been here. So, I commend everyone who's had anything to do with this, the students, the faculty. It's just an amazing, amazing ride and journey. And hopefully we're going to look out onto the new building later this afternoon and see the expansion, more action of UTEC. So thank you. Thank you, Javier. Carlos, I know, is on a plane somewhere. Julio, the whole team, Alejandro. Unmet need. This is one of the things, as Alejandro said, I am chair of the Biomedical Engineering Department, and I'm also executive director of the Innovations and Ventures Group. And I think if you listen to one thing that I say, one thing, if you're looking to work on a technology, what is the problem that you're trying to solve? Often engineers, I'm an engineer, often we come up with a really cool idea and a really cool technology with nowhere to go. There's no action. It's a research program, it's a research project, but we need it to go somewhere. So think, if you come up with an idea, what is the problem that you're trying to solve? A different way is not always a better way. I have a new way of doing something. I have a new way of building a battery, or I have a new way of building a heart valve. A new way, a different way, is not always a better way. Why would someone use your technology? Why? What is the important things about it? Is it less expensive? Is it, you've heard low-cost solutions for emerging markets. It's something that we've been working on with UTEC for about a decade. So is it cheaper than the technologies that are out there? Does it have a better outcome? Is it better at performing the task that you want to do than the one that is out there? Or is it significantly easier to use? If there's a process or a technology which has 10 steps to actually do whatever you're trying to do, can you do it in 5? Can you do it in 3? Can you do it in 1? That is better. Or does it do something that no other device does? Is there a unique thing that is it a really new, innovative, disruptive technology? So I'll give you an example of something. I used to work in industry. I worked for a medical device company in California, and I used to travel all over the world. And I used to look at technologies. I would go and look at ideas that came. And I was at a university in Europe. And if we could play the video, the scientist at the university, if we can get the video to run. There we go. came up with a new stent. And a stent is a metal cage that goes inside a blood vessel to open it up. And you can see it's a balloon that goes in. They fill the balloon with water. Can we play it again? The balloon goes in. They fill it with water. The stent is blown up with the balloon, and then the water is sucked out, and the catheter is removed. So you'll see there's the blockage in the vessel. The wire goes in, the balloon is blown up, the cage expands, the balloon goes down, and the catheter is withdrawn. Very, very easy. So I went to an engineering university in the Netherlands, and the professor who was working, the engineering professor, said, I have a new stent. And I was like, oh, I'm looking forward to seeing this. And it was a mechanical device, and it was a beautiful piece of engineering. He had little levers that would open, and the stent would open and close by turning a screw. And it was absolutely beautiful. And I said, how is it better than the one that is on the market today? And he said, it's mechanical. He was a mechanical engineer. And I said, okay, but is it cheaper? Is it cheaper than the one? No, it's more expensive. It's very technical to do this. I was like, okay. And I said, with the balloon, if it gets stuck, we can just burst the balloon and pull the catheter out. What happens if this gets stuck? He said, yeah, that's a problem. And so this is why it's really important. He had a beautiful engineering solution. It was a wonderful research project, but will never, ever come to the market. He spent 8 years of his life designing this stent, which will go nowhere. Next slide. So, has anyone thought of this before? Is your idea new? I have had 1,000 ideas that I thought, this is brilliant. No one's ever thought of this before. But they have. There's a lot of things out there that people have thought about. There's some very smart people all over the world. So you perform a search. You know, look at Google, look at the US Patent and Trademark Office. I know there are resources here in Peru you can go and look at PCTs. Search and really see if someone's done this before. This is a brilliant idea. It's a keyboard built into your jeans. Someone's already thought of this. I thought that was brilliant. There's a belt which takes your measurements. I really don't like this idea at all. Particularly Peruvian food is very good. This number, not so good. And then this one I thought was brilliant. I thought the students might like this. It lets you sleep on the desk. It provides a pillow around your head. Again, these ideas have all been patented. I did a quick search, and these are some of the patents. The other question you need to ask is, who will buy it? Who's going to buy your technology? It's called market assessment. You need to see who will market. So this allows you to sort of say, you know, really dig down into the details of what the technology is, who are the competing technologies. You need to look at market trends, barriers, who else is in the market. If you have a technology, and the technology is also being developed by Boston Scientific and Medtronic, that's going to be a very difficult market to get into. Market size. This is this is often misquoted. So what you'll see when people talk about market size, you'll see them talk about, it's called total addressable market. The one that you don't see is this one, which is serviceable available market. And the other one you'll see is serviceable obtainable market. What is the difference? Well, let's look at diabetes as an example. So if we look at diabetes, there are 400 million people with diabetes in the world. So if Javier invents a new device which prevents diabetes, there are 400 million people who are his total addressable market. But he's working in an apartment in San Isidro. So how is he going to get to the person in central China to sell his technology? That's very difficult. So he's not going to, when he launches his technology, he's not going to go to central China. He's not going to go that far. So he's looking at his serviceable available market. So he'll say Peru. Let's not go world, let's look at Peru. So Peru would be the serviceable available market. There's 1.4 million people with diabetes in Peru. Okay, great. but he's still in his apartment in San Isidro. How's he going to get to Arequipa? How's he going to get to Cusco? How's he going to get to the jungle? That's very difficult. So what if you say Lima? Let's just say Lima. Lima is the serviceable, obtainable market. There's 500,000 people with diabetes in Lima, the Lima district. That is a much better market to start before you expand out. So when you look at these technologies and you're evaluating technologies, they always give you this number, 400 million people. This is the more important number, 500,000, 400,000 people. So when you look at markets, you have to say not the total market, but what is the market that you can go and put your product into first? Pricing. Number of pricing models you see. When you say, how much does this cost? You say, I don't know, $300. Okay, well, how much does it actually cost to make? It may only be $100. The company who makes this sells it for $100. And the parts in it are only $80. So the parts that are used to make this is called your bill of parts. So how much does it cost to buy the materials that we're actually using? The glues, the coatings, the fuses, that's just the bill of parts. So if we go back to that stent model, that metal stent, say we have a stent and we use $200 parts of parts. That's not the price it costs us to make it, because we need to pay for the lights, we need to pay Javier's apartment where he's building a cure for diabetes. It's got lights, it's got heating, it's got computers. So how do you factor the cost of that in as well? Well, that's called your cost of goods sold, or you'll hear COGS is the word that's used all over the world. COGS. What is your COGS? You've heard of COGS, right, Javier? Cost of goods sold, yeah. And this is not just the bill of parts, but all of the indirect costs as well. And as engineering students and scientists, this might not seem important, but I gave a talk yesterday, and I said, being an engineer is not enough. There are millions of engineers around the world. But really, to be an entrepreneur, if you want to be an entrepreneur, you need to know the business side. You need to know the marketing side. You need to know this thing. I did not train in this, and I wish I did. So say the cost of goods sold is $250. You need to look at what the market will bear. How much is your competitors? If your competitors are selling for a certain price, you cannot be 4 times that price. You also need to look at most companies, if they have a disposable device, a device you use once, they're looking for a 75% profit. They call it margin, gross margin. So if you have a 250 cost of goods sold at a 75% margin, it's $800. Okay, so you'd have to sell the device for $800, at least $800. If you managed to cut your cost of goods, so a lot of people say, you know, I've got this new device, I'm selling it for $800, but I want to make more profit. I'll increase the price. I'm going to make it $1,000. But you don't have to increase the price to make more profit. You can reduce the cost of goods. You see, in this calculation, cost of goods is a negative. So you don't have to raise the price. You can reduce the cost to make it and make more money. So you can keep your price the same to your customer. But if Javier manages to take $50 off how much it costs him to make it, he can make another $200 later on as he sells more product. Protection, this is the one everyone's heard of patents. Everyone wants to get a patent. Patent is the only way of protecting something, right? Not necessarily true. Patent is valid for 20 years, and what it means is no one can build and sell your technology. Okay? And it's these applications can be filed in Peru. They can be filed in the US. There's a patent treaty which all the countries are involved with, so the mechanism does exist. In Peru, you have to file it at this, as part, as I said, the PTT, and you can file it at Indicop. Design patents, I'd have to stop saying P. Design patents, these again are industrial design. They last for 10 years. This is like, I want to protect the shape of this device. It's fat at the bottom and it's thin at the top and it's skinny in the middle. This is a design patent. It doesn't really give you as much protection as a regular patent, but it can help you protect the technology. And then finally, copyright. If you write software, for example, you can't patent software, but you can copyright software. And so there are ways of getting around it. One of the things that I didn't put on here, it's called trade secret. So just don't tell anyone how you do what you do. You don't need to protect it. Some things are not protectable. But if you don't tell anyone how you make it, they can't reproduce it. So we start looking at things like apps. Apps is something that we're very interested in at the Cleveland Clinic. So I'll give you an example here. We've identified a problem. I want to know the best price for cherimoya. Where is the best price for cherimoya? I love cherimoya, by the way. Where is the best price for cherimoya? I don't know, but I have a solution. This is a problem. I'm going to have an app, which, as you can see here, anyone, Alessandra will go to Wong, and she'll enter the price of cherimoya. Javier will go to another store, he'll enter the price of cherimoya. Then I can look and say, oh, I'm going to go here because it's the best price for cherimoya. Great. Market is big. Who doesn't like cherimoya? I love cherimoya. Cost of goods are sold. The COGS is very low. How much does it cost to write software? It's cheap, right? Cost of goods down, profits high. Yeah? The problem is who pays for it? Who pays for that app? So the store, Wong's won't pay for it because they don't want you going to the competition, right? You're not going to pay for it. You're trying to save money, right? So who pays for it? Advertising. So you don't have, the people who use it don't necessarily have to be the ones who pay for it. So every search that I do for cherimoya, an advert for Wong's or Vivanda comes up on the phone. And so they're always doing that, and they will pay a penny every time you search. And that's how the app person will make money here. So you don't have to sell things to make money. You can do it through advertising. Anyone who wants to go into business to cherimoya with me, give me a call. Love cherimoya. So what if it's not protectable? Well, we had a device that allows two ventilators to share, two patients to share one ventilator. There's a clinical need for that in Peru. It's low cost to produce. We 3D print them. There were resources available to make them in Peru, but we found a manuscript which was published all over the world. This is called public disclosure, so we can't get a patent on it anymore. So what do? There's a need. We need this device, but you can't protect it. And so what do? Well, we give it away. And that might sound counterintuitive, but put the design files, design it with MATLAB or with AutoCAD or whatever software, and then put it on the UTEC website. Just give it away for people to download. And you monitor the downloads. You see who is downloading my design, because then you can go and talk to them about other technologies that you have. You also build a reputation for being innovative. You know, UTEC puts 20 things. They give away 20 technologies on the market, but they build a name. Oh, I got this design from UTEC. I got this design from UTEC. I got this design from UTEC. So you don't always have to sell something to build a product or to build a reputation. So in summary, remember the first thing I said? What is the problem that you're going to solve? Also, don't jump to a solution. Don't say, well, the answer is this, and this is all I'm going to do. Look at 5, look at 10 ideas, and work through them all and come up with the one that you think is the best. Don't give up. There's a million people will tell you why you shouldn't do it. Like, just ignore it. If you think it's the right thing to do, and you've done the market, and you've done the cost analysis, and you've worked with the team here in UTEC, and you think it's a good idea, do it. If you find there's no market for your technology, then that's a problem. If no one wants it, then you shouldn't be working on it. But if it's not protectable, that's not a problem, because you could always give it away and build a reputation. And finally, I would say, please innovate. There's a phenomenal opportunity here at UTEC to come up with innovative ideas, and the infrastructure is available to do it. So work with your professors, work with the team, work with the friends here at Cleveland Clinic. This is what we're here to do. And with that, I will say thank you, and I'll take some questions. Oh, I thought they were in English. Okay. Oh, it's in English? Okay, we're good.
Hi, Jeffrey. How are you? Thank you for your beautiful presentation. Peru is really poor in terms of patents. I saw a graphic before the pandemic. It was kind of the lowest ratio of patents across this side of the world. And a question that we really want to address at the moment is that what you mentioned at the beginning, that if you want to promote the students to develop ideas and go to the painful process of searching for a patent, you just described a way when you can gain reputation by giving away ideas, such as looking for devices that are made, do it for yourself, or doing devices that are based on recyclable products of some sort. So what will you best advise in terms of, hey guys, you really need to do this painful process at least once so you can come up with the next idea and capitalize on your reputation, but that's a really hard thing to sell. So what is your experience on doing that, and what you can teach us about sparking that want to do my first patent process?
So that's a great, is this working? Yep, that's a great question. It's a really, really good question. Why would you go through this painful process if you can just give it away? Well, you give away things that are not protectable. They've never been protectable. And that's why you build a reputation, and you can help Peru by giving away these not protectable technologies. The problem is if you have something that is protectable and you give it away, you're actually making it available to nobody. And I'll give you an example of what it does. And you haven't got a patent, you put it on the internet, no one will build it because they're going to have to spend $10, $15 million to develop it. And then they're going to have to go through the regulatory process to get it approved, and then they're going to have to market it. And that will take them 3 to 5 years. If there's no patent, their competitor can come right behind them, no development costs, no marketing costs, no regulatory costs. They can copy it and sell it right beside. So the first company, they'll have to sell it for $1,000. The second company can sell it for $400 because they don't have the investment in the R&D. And no company will spend $1,000 if they know their competitor is going to do the same thing, so they won't do it. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay. All right, thank you, everyone.
Muy altos los presentadores. Bien, gracias, Jeff. Simplemente para recordarles, ¿sí?, que tenemos un orden para las preguntas, y les vuelvo a recordar en todo caso el número de WhatsApp para que puedan enviarlas, ¿sí? Estén atentos. No ganan nada, pero son números, ¿sí? Bien, el número es 981-583-073. Nadie grite bingo, por favor. Bien, para continuar con nuestras presentaciones de la mañana, vamos a invitar a Robin Crowdy, administradora de la Oficina de Innovación en Cleveland Clinic. Robin es licenciada y tiene un máster por la Case Western Reserve University. Comenzó su carrera en el área de admisiones en educación superior de la Universidad de Case Western. Luego se trasladó a la programación educativa trabajando en el Departamento de Ingeniería Biomédica de Cleveland Clinic. Durante su tiempo en Ingeniería Biomédica, facilitó varios programas internacionales de éxito, incluyendo UTEC, y planificó numerosos programas de verano para estudiantes universitarios. Actualmente es la administradora de Cleveland Clinic Innovations, quien tendrá a cargo la ponencia Los estudiantes tienen las mejores ideas. Robin, por favor.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I'm really excited to be here. This is my 14th time in Peru, so really excited to be at UTEC. All right. So my presentation is students have the best ideas. And I really believe this. I do think that students have the best ideas. And I'm going to walk you through why I believe this, and then hopefully inspire you to go and do it yourself. All right, so students, and I apologize, I do have to look at my slides. Students are the future of innovation. You represent Peru. You are the future of your country. You have all the resources of an academic environment. And I think sometimes when you're in college, you don't realize how lucky you are and how many things are right at your fingertips that after you graduate aren't going to be as easily accessible. You see opportunities. As you get older, I think you kind of lose some of that sparkle that you have as a young person. You don't know what no means. Everything is possible. You're right at the beginning of your life. And you have this time to build a skill set of innovation. Some people are natural innovators, and the rest of us have to work at it. And you can learn to be innovative. And hopefully, after today, you'll be a little more excited about that, and you'll look for opportunities. All right, so you are Peru. You are your country. So I did some research about Peru as a country. The median age in Peru is 31. In the United States, it's 38. Japan, it's like 40. You are a young country. You're closer to the average age as a student than some of the people who are running large corporations in Peru. Not to say that they're out of touch, but you are experiencing more of the problems that are going to impact the country as a whole. And you can look for solutions that way. 64% of the Peruvian population is under 35, again, a young country. 43% of your population is under 25. In the US, it's only like 36%. That's a big difference. And then 74% of the Peruvian population over the age of 15 is working, which means you have a tremendous amount of people who are involved in the workforce. That's pretty high. So that's great. In the US right now, we're at 80%, but we're in a very unique position. We haven't had that in a long time. Part of it is because in the US, we're an older population. We had a lot of people retire, so we're hiring everybody to fill in all these jobs. So different demographic space. So you're closer to the market. Your peers are consumers. So anything that you might develop, they're going to use. They're probably looking for the same solutions. You're all kind of experiencing things the same way. So you have a really unique insight. And then you can shape the future of Peru. The things that your generation puts in place are going to impact how the country functions for the next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. You can have a huge impact on the direction of your country, especially as students. You have all this education, you have all these resources. You can really help move your country. Okay, so we talked a little bit about your country. We talked about how you can shape the market. Now, while you're in college, you have all these things that are really unique. So you have the physical resources of your university. And I think because you come to school, at least in the United States, when people go someplace every day, they take it for granted, right? You don't realize how lucky you are to be able to go someplace. You have software. There's a ton of software you probably get to use as a student that if you had to pay for after school, it would be incredibly expensive, or you'd have to find an open source version of it. You have labs. You have specialized tools. So 3D printers, to make a medical device. You have networking with other students. You have the ability to have multidisciplinary teams. You have access to professors and other subject matter experts in almost anywhere in the world, colleges are unique environments because you have access to all of these people who are educated, who are independent thinkers, who are working to solve problems, who really have time to think. Outside of a university, you don't have access to that. Most of the rest of the world is working. They're focused on their families, on their jobs. They're trying to get through the day. What are we going to make for dinner? Your professors are doing that too, but their day job is to think, versus someone else's job is trying to figure out, all right, you know, we're running a restaurant, we're running a grocery store, I'm a teacher for young children. You know, they don't have the space to think. You have invited speakers. Your university does a tremendous job of giving you a really nice slice of the world here in Lima. They bring in a lot of speakers so you can talk to all of these different folks. It's really powerful to have that, and that's how you start to network. You have collaborators, Cleveland Clinic, Colorado School of Mines. I know you guys work with a ton of different universities. That's amazing to already have that connection. And you have time to think. You have the luxury of not having the rest of the problems that will come later in your life as you move on, as you buy a house or an apartment, or you get married, or you have children, or your parents get older and you have to take care of them. All the things that make your life more and more complicated, where you are in your life, it's probably as simple as it's going to be, which is probably not what you want to hear. But it is. You have all this time to think, and you have the space to have ideas that maybe need some tweaking, but you're not afraid to talk about those ideas. You're comfortable being wrong right now, and that's really powerful. So, a couple pictures. This is us from the first time we came to a summit at UTEC. So you have space to innovate. So innovation can be small or big. I think sometimes when you hear innovation, you're thinking, oh, the next iPhone. You're thinking of 1,000 different big things. So I have a quote about this. I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. So innovation can be improving just one small step, doing one thing better. Another quote on that is, they did not know it was impossible, so they did it. You have nothing holding you back. You can make small, meaningful changes. Learning how to approach innovation is a skill set. You can learn this. You can learn how to approach problems in really thoughtful ways and look at innovation. And so Jeff and I were talking last night in the taxi, and I was telling him about, my presentation. We were talking this through, and he was like, yeah, but sometimes people, they look for shortcuts. They're not innovative. And he used an example of cardiothoracic surgeons, that they'll take existing tools for heart surgery, and they'll write papers on how to use the tool differently. And it's just accepted that the tool isn't a good choice. But if you hold your hand a certain way, if you add tension, you can change how to use the tool. So they write papers on how to use it differently, instead of just designing a new tool that allows you to hold it regularly, and then you don't have to manipulate your arm in a weird way. So that might seem a little far away from you guys, but to change the process, not to just change how you're doing it. Perseverance is a skill set too. For every one good idea, there's 10,000 bad ideas. There's a lot of things that you do wrong before you get it right. And you're going to have more failures than successes, but that is okay. And it's part of the process. You learn from your failures more than you learn from your successes. Okay. So solve your own problems first. So I have a quote from a relatively young person. She put this on Twitter, Stacy Caprio. Innovation is more likely to come from a person who sits down and does the same thing every single day until they become an expert than from a person who sits down once because they feel inspired. So the things that you experience every day, those everyday How can I improve this? What can I do differently? Instead of looking for the workaround, look for the solution. There's a lot of things that we do when we're older that are just kind of annoying, and maybe if we had a different mindset, we could change them. So you're able to identify unique problems. You know, first you have to find something to solve to have an invention. So what would you help? What would help you? Your family? Your friends? Your country? You know, so you ask yourself these questions. Who's dealing with this problem? And this is a very simple version of Jeff's market analysis. So a very easy way to approach innovation. You have real life solutions. What are people actually going to do? What will they really use? You can create something that's amazing, but if it's not a solution that a lot of people will take advantage of, it's not the right solution. So you need something that's new. You need something that isn't completely obvious. And you need something that's useful. And you need to build up more and more complex solutions. So first, do something simple. I don't know if in Peru these are very popular, but pop sockets that go on the back of your phone, that's really useful. It's not completely obvious that you need something on the back of your cell phone to hold it up, but it makes life a lot easier. They're cheap, they're everywhere, they go on any cell phone. That's a great invention. This is an example of something that I don't think is a great invention. So this is an alarm clock that goes off and you have to chase it around your bedroom. So I didn't think this was a great idea, and I don't think it's necessarily something I would use. But I went online and I looked it up, and there's a bunch of places to buy these, and there's several different vendors who make them. So obviously, someone thought, I have a real problem in the morning. How am I going to fix this? The only way I get up on time is if I get out of bed. What's going to make me get out of bed? Something on wheels running around my room making a ton of noise. And so they took that idea to a business person, and the business person said, yes, that's great. And then the business person took it to their team, and they said, yes, this is great. And then they set up a factory in China, and they made this. And now they sell them. Now, when I looked on Amazon, it's like, you know, like the 10,000th most popular alarm clock. So it's not the most popular alarm clock, but it is an invention. It does provide a solution. It's not obvious that you'd want a clock on wheels that runs away from you. Its usefulness is debatable, but as an example, so you have space to practice. So going back to that time to think, you have all of this time. So have a real life experience. I believe that's what your university is still calling, like a co-op type experience. We worked with some students from UTEC for a real life experience virtually during COVID. It was really a great experience for us at Cleveland Clinic. And I think the student had a good experience too. Internships, I encourage you to look for opportunities to practice, to go find places, to do different things, to have different experiences, to become familiar with organizations in Lima and internationally. Get a part-time job. Maybe it's not connected to your university. Maybe you find someone who's looking for an app developer. Maybe you find a community online. Maybe you connect with different people that way. It doesn't always have to be through your school. Freelance app development, you know, build things, put it out there, see what happens, test it. Don't be afraid of failure. If you put an app out there and then no one downloads it, well, at least you know. Student projects, those are really powerful. When we were speaking with the director of research here at UTEC, she shared with us that a lot of the patent ideas started as student projects. That's amazing. That's really great that your university sees your potential. So build on those student projects. Study abroad opportunities. For those of you that are going into graduate school, we'd be happy to talk to you about looking for opportunities in Cleveland. And make the most of your time as a student. You have the flexibility to not have to be perfect all the time. Your job is not on the line. You have some space to make risky choices with inventions. And this is a picture of a previous UTEC, I think he was a technician here, but he came to Cleveland for 3 months and he worked with us. And I see one of the past UTEC staff members that came to visit us. So we've had really good experiences. I think they had good experiences. And the successes of students. So we talked a lot about how to kind of get there, and I want to give you some examples because I think sometimes when we talk about things like this, you're like, yeah, students do things, whatever. And you don't believe that this is possible. So Polaroid film. Does everyone know what Polaroid film is? Just put your hand up if you do. Okay. So that was created by Edwin Land. He was in college, and he wanted to make this film. He developed it, or he had his idea. He had his idea for his film, and then he dropped out of college. This was very early on, like 1930s. And then he figured out a way to break into the university labs at night. And so he'd go into the university labs, again, talking about access to labs, and he worked on this project for like 2 years at night without anyone noticing while he wasn't a student. And he came up with the first polarized film. And the simplest version of that is like 3D glasses. So he developed that while he was a student. Once he developed that, started his first company, he was like, oh, I do need an education. So he went back to Harvard. He didn't finish his degree, but he did more college. And he spent a lot of time building up Polaroid. Polaroid was a very successful company. The acoustic fire extinguisher by Seth Robertson and Viet Tran. So this is a fire extinguisher that doesn't use chemicals or water to extinguish a fire. It uses an acoustic blast, a sound wave, to put out fires. So for spaces that are very dry, don't have a lot of water, it's a good idea. Also, the chemicals in fire extinguishers can either be very expensive or pretty damaging to the things around the fire. So a really cool solution. They do have a startup, so they're still actively looking for funding to really commercialize this, but it's a pretty unique idea. And then the Thermofire by Anthony Hallman. Sure. If any of you have experience with young children, it's really hard to get them to do things. And he was a dad, and he was like, well, I need to take my daughter's temperature. Something has to stay in her mouth long enough for me to do it. So he put the technology in a pacifier. This was before infrared thermometers. So there's the picture of the Polaroid. There's a picture of the acoustic fire extinguisher. And then there is the Thermofire. The Thermofire was commercialized, and it did sell, but the market has moved on. But while it was one of the first products of its kind at that time. And then I want to play this video for you about another student out of Ukraine. This was recent. So if we can play it.
So, my name is Igor Klemenko, and I'm the creator of this device, and now actively trying to implement it in real life.
It is a revolution in surveys and methods of detecting landmines. Quadcopter Mine Detector is a device for remote search and provision of information about explosive objects. The main idea of my invention is to provide the military with information about explosive devices. I have been working on my device for 2 years, and 2 prototypes have been created, which have been successfully tested in the laboratory. So let's consider the principle of operation of my development and the novelty of the method. The first step is to launch a mission. The user sets the size of the area for processing on the quadcopter and in the program. Using the GPS system, the device determines the exact coordinates of the mission start. The second step, the quadcopter moves along a programmed trajectory and passes the entire area until an explosive device is detected. When the upgraded drone detects a landmine, an infrared signal is sent and stage 3 begins. The third step, The infrared signal is received by the phototransistor on the board, and the program begins calculations of the relative coordinates of the found object. The innovative code not only calculates the coordinates
could
using
stop the
known
video
distance,
now.
time, and speed, but also creates a
So just so you guys get the idea of what he was trying to do, I don't know how well the audio was, but you can look this up on YouTube. It was also featured in the Smithsonian magazine. So this young man put his YouTube video out in May of 2022. In August of 2022, Smithsonian magazine picked up his invention. And then it was featured all over the US in NBC, ABC, it was in newspapers. You know, the reason I found out about it was through a Facebook article. It popped up as something for me to read. So that's another way to approach invention. So this student realized that there was a problem. There are landmines all over Ukraine right now. Trying to remove a landmine is really problematic. There are people actively living in Ukraine, so they have to be able to move around the country. Having people remove landmines is really challenging. The other approach to landmine removal is very expensive and really time-consuming. So in Vietnam, for example, they trained rats, and in Cambodia, they trained rats to smell landmines. And so the rats will go up to where the landmine is, and they'll alert their handlers. Well, these rats can only work for like 2 hours a day. So if you can imagine trying to cover a field with a rat, and you can only work 2 hours a day, and then once the rat finds the landmine, someone has to go and dig it up. The rat just tells you where it is, but you have to send a person in to deal with it. This idea is really unique because it doesn't endanger a human being. You might destroy a drone, but no people are harmed. And it's very fast, it moves a lot faster, it doesn't get tired. You're only limited by the battery of the drone. So really a unique solution here. Now, if rats are what you're using, you probably don't have the finances to buy a drone and retrofit it. But for Ukraine and for other countries that are a little bit wealthier than Cambodia, it's a great solution. So this is an example of where he had a great idea. He knew it would impact a lot of people. He didn't patent it. He put it out there so people can use it. Everything about this is available. You can build your own. So a really powerful student invention and something that's really relevant for the world right now. Yeah, so it's a quadcopter mines detector is its official name. So now that you've heard about this, hopefully you're a little inspired and you're interested in innovation and you're thinking about how to approach problems differently. So you can reach out to me if you have any questions, or you can reach out to Jessica Chrisman in the Department of Biomedical Engineering. She is the Education and Strategic Partnerships person. So you can reach out to either of us if you have questions after today.
Thank you so much for your presentation. What would you recommend to someone that is always making mistakes? Like, do you have any tips about not being wrong all the time?
So you have to get really comfortable with being wrong all the time. I think the next thing that you can do, really listen to the feedback that you're getting from other people. Involve other people in your journey of invention. The feedback that you get from people who care about you and who are interested in your success, they're going to really help shape how you find your own success. And I think sometimes when you hear a lot of no's, it helps you find the next solution. So you figure out one way that doesn't work. That's okay. You learned that's not the way. That's so much of science and a lot of business too, is, all right, well, that way doesn't work, so we won't do it that way again. So I think as scientists, you can approach inventing very methodically. Just keep track of what you did, take that feedback in, learn from it, do something different.
Thank you. Do you think sometimes innovation and efficiency conflict in the business area?
Well, so I think an example of that could be that alarm clock. Is that the most efficient way to get up in the morning? maybe not. But, you know, for someone it was. I think it goes back to not every invention is a good invention. So sometimes you have to be more strategic with what you're working on.
How would you recommend students to trust professors to pitch and innovate ideas without any protection? How the professors can encourage that?
So how can professors encourage innovation? Okay, well, I have met a lot of your professors. I think they do this. I think sometimes as students, you have to talk to your professor about what you want, and you have to give your professor a chance to give you feedback. So sometimes you may not realize what you're talking about. Sometimes there's some miscommunication. You have to tell your professor, hey, I'm interested in this, can you help me? You have to be very clear with what you want to learn as a student.
In the medical industry, you have to be very careful about the solutions that you're proposing, especially as students get really excited about technologies that they're not always reliable on time. Do you have any advice of how to start in the medical industry as a student?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite.
Do you have any advice about how to start in the medical industry regarding innovation?
That's hard. I mean, I think you have to have, this is a situation where you use your network here at your university. You have to talk to your professors, find opportunities to work outside of your university, talk to your invited speakers when they're here, talk to the guest lecturers. That's a lot of networking, in my opinion.
Thank you. How many of your patents came from ideas from students?
So for the Cleveland Clinic, we do not have a ton of student patents. The Cleveland Clinic has about 800 active patents right now, and they are primarily from staff members. But the Cleveland Clinic is not a university. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Robin. Bien, vamos a continuar con nuestra siguiente presentación. Y ahora es el turno de Barry Cuban. Barry es director del Centro de Electrónica del Departamento de Ingeniería Biomédica de Cleveland Clinic y profesor asistente de Ingeniería Biomédica en el Lerner College of Medicine de la Universidad de Case Western Reserve. Prolífico inventor con 56 patentes obtenidas en todo el mundo y 25 patentes emitidas en los Estados Unidos. Sus especialidades incluyen soporte circulatorio mecánico, gestión ejecutiva, diseño de electrónica, diseño de óptica, gestión de programas, evaluación de tecnología, innovación y desarrollo de nuevas tecnologías. Barry tendrá a cargo la ponencia Desarrollo de dispositivos médicos de bajo costo, del concepto al producto. Por favor, Barry.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming. It's great to be back at UTEC. This is my third time here, and it's always great to see all the progress that goes on. Meet with students and the faculty who are really great. So I'm Barry Cuban. I'm an engineer, an electrical engineer, biomedical engineer at the Cleveland Clinic. And I've been working in physics and electronics and biomedical engineering, research and development for more than 35 years, and I hope that, that I've gained a little bit of experience that might be able to help you over that time. Today I'm going to talk about the development of low-cost medical devices primarily for places where resources are challenged and where the population is underserved. So much of the medical device development efforts in the world are centered in areas of relative wealth, and the medical device development incentives, as they are for most new products, revolve around company profits. But conversely, the areas of the world where resources are limited, they have the largest populations of people in need of medical attention, even to sustain modestly healthy lives. And so most medical devices are too expensive to help the majority of the people that need them. So the key questions to think about when we're trying to develop low-cost devices to help as many people is, what are the most prevalent medical problems in the communities that you want to help? What are the simplest interventions that you can imagine that might help the largest number of these people? What are the lowest cost and most readily available resources that are available that you can use in these efforts? And how do we address the distribution difficulties that are usually involved in low-resource communities? So the answers to these questions can vary dramatically from region to region, but there are common themes that we can identify. It turns out that a great many deaths in resource-limited areas have causes that are well understood already in modern medicine, and they often have effective solutions that are available in other places, in other parts of the world where resources are plentiful. And it's also true that a lot of these existing costly solutions, these costly devices, can often be simplified, eliminating unnecessary features and therefore reducing cost, making them available to others. So if all you need is to get to the store, you don't need a Maserati, you know, an ugly Honda is good enough. And so sometimes you can take a Maserati medical device and make it an ugly Honda and save someone's life. So if you're interested in helping the greatest number of people, you want to find solutions that are both low cost and high impact, right? So one example of this mindset is demonstrated by the efforts of several groups of people to reduce the number of deaths from malaria. So malaria is a serious and often fatal disease. It's caused by a parasite that infects a certain kind of mosquito, which feeds on humans. Globally, the World Health Organization estimates that in 2020, 241 million people had malaria and 627,000 people died, most of them children. The disease can be difficult to diagnose. The symptoms look like many other diseases, difficult to treat. So the people working on this problem decided to focus on prevention, and one of the most significant and impactful results was the development, manufacture, and distribution of insecticide-treated bed nets. So for an average cost of $2 US, less than 8 soles, a family-sized treated bed net over the past 10 years has saved more than 7 million lives from malaria. This is a less than 8 soles device. And you can put it over a bed of a family of 5 and save an entire family. So this is a great example of a low-cost, high-impact idea. So some more examples of success stories can be found in low-cost diagnostics. Every year, like I said, almost 1 million people die from malaria, more than 4 million people from other respiratory infections, 3 million people from intestinal infections, 5 million people from AIDS and tuberculosis, other sexually transmitted and parasitic infections.
Over 95% of these deaths occur in developing countries, and simple, accurate, stable diagnoses are really essential to combat these diseases. You need to know what you're fighting before you can fight it. But diagnostics can be really expensive, and they can be difficult to get out to resource-poor regions. So this has led to the development of a lot of low-cost point-of-care tests. These are low-cost medical tests that can provide almost instant results, and these can be a really good way to help people in health challenging systems. So some examples. There's a method developed at the Whiteside Research Group at Harvard that can detect many different diseases by analyzing the density with minimal equipment using magnetic levitation. So I thought this was a really interesting thing. So you have two opposing magnets that create a magnetic field, and when a diamagnetic bead is placed into the paramagnetic solution in the magnetic field, the fluid is attracted to the highest field, and that pushes the bead to the center of the two magnets, about halfway up. And so the balance between where that bead goes is the balance between the magnetic forces on the bead and the buoyant forces of the bead. So if you use antigens and you deposit them on the bead, then they create a density-based assay. When the beads are exposed to a sample, the antibodies specifically bind to the antigens you're looking for, which makes the beads heavier. Then you use silver or gold chemistry to deposit on the beads that makes them more heavy. And using parallel vials, you can look at several different diseases at the same time. So if these beads have antigens attached to them, they get heavier and they sink down. And it's a very easy way to do a diagnosis. And you know, these tubes are low cost and can be easily sent all over the world. So the same group at Harvard presented a method for improving the diagnosis of sickle cell disease. So they created a method for centrifuging blood with a simple portable kit, and you can get results in 10 minutes, and they're visible based on the separation of denser cells. So you can see a darker dot right at the bottom of that sample tube. And each test only costs 50 cents, which is about 2 soles. And the whole gadget fits in a backpack. So I want you to keep the idea of a low-cost centrifuge in your head, because centrifuges are pretty useful and important in medical research and diagnosis, because I'm going to come back to that idea later. At the Cleveland Clinic, Dr. Aaron Fleischman, who's been here to UTEC before, in conjunction with UTEC, has been developing ways to separate and concentrate diseased cells such as malaria-infected blood cells and circulating tumor cells from a small blood sample, making it easier to do diagnosis. The problem cells are labeled with a magnetic antibody so that they can be pulled out of the entire sample by a magnetic field. So the image there on the left is a miniature ferrograph, which uses small, cheap, permanent magnets and specialized but inexpensive plastic slides to concentrate the cells of interest into a location on the slide, making it much easier to see them. So on the right, on the image on the left, on the right side, you see the cells. So they were able to concentrate those cells by more than a factor of 100, which makes it much easier to find them. The image on the right is a dipole magnetic fractionator. It uses microfluidic channels to magnetically urge cells into different collection regions based on how much they're labeled. Those black capped-on pieces, which are little plastic sheets, were actually laser patterned in my laboratory at the Cleveland Clinic. So we've seen several examples of projects in various stages of development, But now I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about the thinking process that goes into conceiving low-cost, high-impact devices. As an example, how might one approach a low-cost, high-impact device development project? I want to present a case and maybe a challenge to some of you who might be interested. In Peru, the greatest cause of mortality, at least up through 2019, was lower respiratory infection, problem with the lungs. Most of these deaths occur in newborns and young children. Mostly it's seen as pneumonia. This situation is not unique to Peru, and there are many factors that contribute to the problem, including malnutrition and inhalation of particulates, especially from wood-burning fires. This was really depressing for me because I love the smell of a good wood-burning fire. When I found out how dangerous it is to inhale smoke from a campfire, it really made me sad. But Peru's had great success in prevention of the viral causes of significant lung diseases with vaccination, great successes. But the problems still persist. On the treatment side, oxygen therapy can dramatically improve the outcomes. But getting oxygen to many of the patients who need it most is challenging and expensive. The most common method for delivering oxygen to a patient is the pressurized oxygen cylinder, like this. But these things are heavy, they're dangerous, they have limited capacity, so you have to keep refilling them, exchanging them, or refilling them. But another method of delivering oxygen is a oxygen concentration device. So these devices suck in air and they separate the oxygen from the rest of the air, and they pump the part of the air that you don't want just back into the atmosphere. But even a low-cost oxygen concentrator can range in price from $600 to $2,000 or $2,400 to $8,000 soles. So how would you approach the project? Let's say you wanted to develop a low-cost oxygen concentrator. How would you start? Well, the first thing that you might want to do is understand how the devices that are available on the market now, understand how they work. And then identify the features of the devices that are available, the high-cost devices, that you might be able to change or maybe eliminate completely without sacrificing the usefulness. You might also think about alternative methods for achieving the same goal. After you have a couple ideas, you might then think about what components can be replaced in these current devices with lower cost options, things that are readily available. So this is a diagram of an oxygen concentrator. In its simplest form, it works by separating oxygen from the other gases in the air, which is mostly nitrogen. So it starts with an air compressor on the left here, and then you have molecular sieve beds, which are basically oxygen filters, and you usually have two of them. You have some electronics, valves, and tubing that control the air into the filters and the oxygen out of them and the nitrogen out to the exhaust. Since these oxygen filters get quickly saturated with nitrogen, basically clogged up with nitrogen, you have to purge them. You have to purge them all the time on a regular basis and push the collected nitrogen out the exhaust. There are usually two of these oxygen filters, two of these molecular sieve beds, so that while one of them is being purged of nitrogen, the other one can still be filtering oxygen so that you have a continuous flow of oxygen. Typically, a typical oxygen concentrator will provide 3 to 10 liters per minute of oxygen flow, and that concentration of oxygen in that output can be somewhere between 85 and 95% oxygen. So at 3 liters per minute, which is a typical flow, at 90% oxygen, which is a typical concentration, you can raise a patient's inspired oxygen percentage from 21%, which is what you normally get from air at lower sea levels, to about 33%, and that's a therapeutic amount. So let's say we're looking at features that we can change on an oxygen concentrator. We might notice that people only inhale about half the time, and they're exhaling the other half of the time. So we don't need to make oxygen all the time. We only need to make oxygen when people are breathing it in. We don't need to make oxygen when they're breathing out. So if we could sense when a patient was inhaling with like a simple low-cost pressure sensor, which low-cost pressure sensors are readily available, very cheap, then when the patient was inhaling, we could be filtering oxygen through the molecular sieve, and when they're exhaling, we could be purging the molecular sieve. So that way, maybe we can get rid of one of the filters. Well, that would save a lot of money. The most expensive component in the oxygen concentrator is the air compressor. So to get the flow rates and the oxygen concentrations that we typically see in these devices, they use relatively high pressure compressors, and those are more expensive. They produce a lot of heat. Because they produce heat, you need a heat exchanger to cool the output gases. But we might recognize that there are more than one way to generate a therapeutic level of oxygen. You could, instead of doing it with high pressure and low flow, you could also do it with lower pressure and higher flows and lower concentrations of oxygen. So if you use a more loosely organized molecular concentration of oxygen, maybe instead of 90% oxygen, you only get 70% oxygen. But with the higher flow rate, you can make up for that difference. For example, a system, like I said before, that produces 3 liters per minute at 90% oxygen, that delivers about 33% oxygen to the patient. But the same amount of oxygen can be delivered to the patient by a system that produces 5 liters per minute at 70% oxygen. A system like that could use a lower pressure, higher flow air pump. And these pumps are simpler to produce, they're less expensive, they're more reliable, they don't produce heat, they're more readily available since they're used for lots of different low-cost applications. So that might be something to think about. The compressor is also the component that requires the most power and the most maintenance. So it would be even better if you could eliminate the compressor altogether. So you might realize that many healthcare providers, even in poor and rural areas, already have an air compressor on site for other purposes. So it might make sense to produce an oxygen concentrator that has no air compressor and just has an inlet port so that you can just take compressed air you already have and filter it and get your oxygen. So these ideas that I've presented about oxygen concentration, they may be feasible, they may not be feasible. Maybe it's a failure. As Robin said, don't be afraid to fail. You got to think, you got to try. I'm only presenting them here as an example, as an illustration of the thought processes that you can use, right? Help you develop medical devices when the primary goal is to achieve the maximum benefit for the lowest cost rather than maximizing profits. So in summary, I want to say, when you're approaching the task of developing low-cost medical devices for resource-challenged populations, You should assess the needs of the desired target population. Consider the simplest solutions that will address the problem, because the simplest solutions are usually the cheapest solutions and they're the most reliable solutions. Consider the resources and the infrastructure and the distribution difficulties of the target region. Identify the current devices that are available and identify the features that can be changed or eliminated so you can reduce the cost while maintaining the essential function. Search for components that are readily available or cheaper that can perform the same needed functions. Keep in mind that it may be acceptable to use components that perform at a lower level as long as the savings, cost savings outweighs the loss in functionality. Look for components that are mass-produced for other applications. Those are going to be cheaper, more readily available. Maybe by thinking outside the box and using a little ingenuity, we can make the world a better place. I want to conclude by showing a very short and for me very inspiring video from Dr. Manu Prakash. He's a bioengineering professor at Stanford University. His idea is a great example of how a device can be reimagined so that it's available for everybody.
From a technical spec point of view, we can match centrifuges that cost all the way from $1,000 to $5,000. But this is a tool that requires no electricity, no infrastructure. You can carry them around in your pockets for like 20 cents.
We call it a paper tube. It's essentially a piece of paper, and we put in small holders or capillaries that we can fill with blood. And we have standard string, and we take two pieces of either PVC pipe or wooden handles.
With the set principle for area of centrifuge that finish all the way to 120,000 RPM and 30,000 voltage. In the lab, we can separate and pull out malaria parasites from blood. We can separate malaria, completion sickness, separate blood plasma. It is an ultra-low cost centrifuge that's built out of principles of a very old toy that we're doing.
This is a toy that I used to play with as a kid.
There is a value in the whimsical nature of searching for solutions because it really holds us outside our own set of constraints of what the product should actually look like. There is of the order of a billion people around the world that live with absolutely no infrastructure, no roads, no electricity. So for us, the inspiration is to make the simplest possible tools that do the job well, such that we can get them distributed around the world.
Okay, thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Can you give us an advice in the mental health field? How could we lower the prices or the cost to make it more accessible without losing the human involvement in the process?
Without losing the what?
The human involvement or the human touch in the process.
Well, oftentimes the human component is the cheapest way to go, right? With new technologies, we're often spending a lot of time making things that are run by computer and artificial intelligence and all these fancy things. Fact is, as was pointed out earlier, there's a lot of available and smart people, especially in countries like Peru. Young, smart, energetic people who can do things better than computers can do in many cases. So if you're thinking of the simplest solution, think of solutions where you can use people who are ready to work and willing to do the things, right? We don't need computers for everything.
Thank you so much. Talking about innovation, prices, and the reasons behind it, what do you think about the case of the Theranos company in Silicon Valley? Do you have any opinions about that?
What was the last part?
Theranos company in Silicon Valley. Do you know about the company?
Theranos?
Mm-hmm. Theranos.
Yeah, well, what do I think about Theranos? You know, sometimes we talked a lot about failure, and it's okay to fail, and you got to try. You know, that company was started by someone who had really good intentions and really good ideas and spent a lot of time doing very good work with a lot of very smart people. But sometimes you get caught up when you've invested so much time and so much money, and you don't want to stop. You don't want to say, okay, I failed, I'm going to move on to something else. So it's important, you know, we've already mentioned, it's important to try, it's important to be persistent, but you also have to know when it's time to stop and go on to the next idea. Sometimes this can be challenging.
That will be all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Barry. Bien, llegamos al final de esta primera parte, ¿sí? Agradecemos las exposiciones presentadas hasta ahora. Vamos a dar cierre a esta primera parte. Vamos a retomar las sesiones en este mismo lugar a las 2:30 con interesantes presentaciones sobre la creación de valores mediante aplicaciones móviles por el director general de Innovación y Pre-Market en Cleveland Clinic, James Ellis. Así que por ahora hacemos un pequeño break, nos vamos a almorzar y nos volvemos a encontrar a las 2:30 para seguir escuchando todas estas presentaciones. Gracias. prender. ¿Esto cómo se prende? Ah, sí, ahora sí. Ah, sí. Okay. Gracias. Ok, estamos de vuelta. Muchas gracias a todos por su puntualidad. Primero quería recordarles, sí, que todas las preguntas las hacemos a través de un número de WhatsApp. Les voy a dar el número, sí, así que los que no estuvieron a la mañana pueden tomar nota, por favor. El número es 981-583-073. A ese número pueden enviar las preguntas para cada uno de los expositores. Al final de cada exposición se harán las preguntas. Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a esta segunda parte del evento Cleveland Clinic UTEC Summit 2022. En esta ocasión vamos a presentar a James Ellis. James es director general de innovación y pre-market en Cleveland Clinic, área donde apoya a los equipos de inventores y evaluación de tecnología. El doctor Ellis también supervisa la oficina de pruebas de concepto del Instituto de Investigación Lerner, donde apoya a los inventores que buscan financiación externa para apoyar el desarrollo de tecnologías en etapas tempranas. Es abogado. Sus experiencias en derecho, negocios, salud e investigación lo posicionan para acelerar eficientemente los descubrimientos de investigación biomédica en nuevos productos médicos. Su charla es Creando Valor con aplicaciones móviles. James, por favor.
All right, well, up that way. Well, thank you very much. I really enjoyed this morning's sessions. They were very energizing, uplifting, optimistic. If you're expecting that for the afternoon session, I may have some bad news for you. I'm excited to tell you about how to create value with mobile healthcare applications. As they announced, my name is Jim Ellis. I help support medical innovations at the Cleveland Clinic. And as you all know, the internet is continuing to expand and evolve.
retomamos las charlas, así que gracias y se los dejo con el doctor James Ellis.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I really enjoyed the morning's presentations. They were optimistic, energetic, and on time. As you know, the internet's continuing to expand and evolve. In addition, healthcare in Peru is in need of what we call improved value. And by value, what we're talking about here is delivering higher quality at a lower cost. Together, I believe they form a great opportunity for creating new mobile healthcare applications. In 2019, and you can see from the chart here on the left, Peru's healthcare spending was estimated at nearly 35 billion Peruvian soles. This is up 13 billion from the soles a decade prior, which is a 165% increase in spending. But today, Peru spends only about 5% of its gross domestic products on healthcare, as compared to the rest of Latin America, which is at nearly 8%, and then the United States, which is where I'm from, is at nearly 20%. The structure of Peru's healthcare is decentralized. It's comprised of a combination of public and private organizations. It's this decentralization that causes issues with communication. It increases the cost of medications and other healthcare products, and it impedes the ability of a patient to receive effective care as they travel through different providers within the healthcare systems. And many of the areas outside of Peru's major cities are excluded from some of the reform efforts that have begun in Peru's healthcare system. These are the areas with the slowest national poverty reduction rates, and they suffer from a severe lack of healthcare funding. The nearly 30% of Peruvians who live in these areas the nearly 30% of Peruvians who live in these areas, which include the Andean and the Amazonian regions, they have limited access to healthcare professionals and the medical resources they need. And in many parts of the country, shamans, also known as curanderos, are the primary providers of healthcare. Their focus is to maintain balance between body and soul, but they don't practice modern evidence-based medicine. And as you can see from the chart on the right, the leading cause of death in Peru is influenza and pneumonia. And internationally, it's heart disease and cancer are the highest causes of death. Peru has the highest incident of tuberculosis in South America and had the highest COVID death rate anywhere on the planet. So the question is, can mobile applications improve healthcare in Peru? Well, you need to consider that about 30% of Peruvians have either a computer or a mobile phone, and this number increases to nearly 60% in the cities. And most of the mobile phones that they use are Android devices. An example of a solution that's having an impact here in Peru is MyPharma. It's a digital product that facilitates access to medications. The app includes a digital wallet where users can receive coupons to lower the cost of their prescriptions. They can purchase medications online through the app and pick them up at a local pharmacy. Tools like this can be created to support teleconsultation, scheduling medical appointments, tracking medical records, training healthcare workers and patients, and for many more uses. So how would you go about creating a new mobile application, especially one that's geared towards improving healthcare in Peru? Well, as Jeff said earlier today, you need to start by defining your problem and solution. And generally, you'll conduct market research to ensure that this is a problem worth solving. You will design your proof of concept and your minimum viable products, and we'll talk a little bit more about those in a minute. You test your market, you collect feedback, and you really want to hear the good, the bad, the ugly, what's working with your application and what's not. You use that feedback to update your app, you put it back into your market, and you repeat. You're continually going through this process as your product is getting closer and closer to your market. You will find that developing a mobile solution, like any business, will involve many twists and turns. It will look like the road over here on this image. You have to constantly change directions. You've got to constantly pivot as you face more and more on your market. But keep in mind that your market is constantly moving. As I said, you start the process by defining your problem and solution. What problem are you trying to solve, and is this a problem worth solving? You need to clearly identify the need and ensure that you will actually solve that problem, and ensure that someone else has not already done that. Many times you'll think you have a solution, you'll go to Google, and you'll find someone else has already created that solution. Don't waste your time and resources solving problems which someone else has already solved. It's important that you establish goals at this stage, and these are the final outcomes you want to achieve. Objectives, on the other hand, are the steps that you are taking to achieve those goals, and every goal should have key performance indicators. These are the metrics which will show whether you are meeting that goal or not. And your objectives should be SMART. They should be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. And you'll see from the figure here, these are some of the more common health digital solutions, home health digital solutions, that have been created by others. So there's many opportunities of products you can create in this space. The proof of concept is your test app, and your minimum viable product is your first commercial release. The proof of concept is used to validate your solution in the ability to actually solve that problem. And your MVP, minimum viable product, will allow you to get the app in the hands of actual users in the market. This will allow you to obtain real feedback and to better understand what your customers want. This feedback will help you to continually improve your product. Now, your POC and your MVP, proof of concept and minimum viable product, will require resources to build. And the product should be slimmed down to only include the essential features required to make your app usable. This will help you to get to the market quicker. You need to start small. You can always build bigger later. To build your app, you're likely going to need app development resources, and there's many app development companies out there. They should have resources with at least 3 skill sets: database development, app development, which is Android, and graphic design expertise. The app should be efficient in how it completes processes and able to meet the demands of your market. The more people you have on the app, the more efficient it needs to be. You'll also need to create wireframes, and this is an example of wireframes here for a health app. A wireframe is a rough layout of your mobile application used to illustrate the app's screens, features, and how it functions. Wireframes help to uncover alternative ways of achieving the same goal, helping to reduce cost. You should set milestones to keep your team on track during the development process, and you want to separate the development project into smaller chunks to be completed within a specified time frame. And you'll utilize a project management system to track your milestones. You'll need to stay engaged with your app development team because mobile operating systems are constantly changing, and you need your app to be compatible with the new systems as they develop. You want to test the market internally before deploying. You want to test the app internally before deploying to your market. This will give you the opportunity to address major issues before your users find them. It can be very difficult to recover from bad user experiences. Ask your testers to devote their time and effort and provide feedback, and you collect that feedback, and you collect your feedback effectively because many will not want to provide that more than one time. Test your app on actual mobile platforms and consider all the places that it could be used, on Android devices, smartphone, tablets, PCs, etc. You also want to test on various screen sizes and internet platforms like Google Chrome, Internet Explorer, Safari, Edge, etc. And you can use a website form and email process to collect the feedback from your testers. You'll need to develop a marketing plan to direct leads, potential customers, to your website and your app, and plan to show how many leads download and install your app and how many convert to paid members or users. This will show you how effective your marketing efforts are working. And you can create videos, app promotions, demonstrations on YouTube, and link those to your marketing efforts. Track and report on key performance indicators. What's the speed of the application, what's uptime, how many people are using the application, how many people are uninstalling the application. You want to keep track of your repeat users, and you want to know how long people are on the app and where they're spending most of their time. And you're going to use this feedback to develop improvements to your app, and you should do a full QA analysis for each change going forward. This will help you ensure that new features are not causing problems elsewhere in the application. It's very important that you stay aligned with what your customers need. Failure to continuously improve your app will result in users stopping using it, and if your app is successful, competition will come to the market very quickly, and you'll need to stay ahead of the competition. Now, since this is going to be a mobile healthcare application, you'll need to be aware of the regulatory issues that exist for allowing people to use your application. And there are several Peruvian laws that need to be considered. This includes laws which prevents personal data from being used to cause harm or threaten an individual's dignity and integrity. There's laws that provide standards for the development of information systems, including health information systems, and laws for overseeing telehealth applications which provide distance health services by trained healthcare professionals. And there's laws in Peru that classify many mobile applications as a medical device. And when that happens, you're required to follow approval from a foreign entity such as the FDA, which is the Food and Drug Administration, which is the oversight body for the United States, or you could follow the European Union. In general, the FDA and the EU, the European Union, they regulate medical apps that meet the definition of a medical device. The FDA would likely classify your mobile app as a medical device if it's intended to be used as a medical device or if it provides a specific diagnosis or treatment. Among other factors, the EU would likely classify a mobile app as a medical device if it provides for the diagnosis, prevention, control, treatment, or relief of a disease. So you should have a regulatory plan, and it should be based on current Peruvian laws with considerations for what the FDA or the EU would require. The main first step is to determine whether your app meets the definition of a medical device, and you should consider hiring a regulatory consultant to help with this process. As more resources are available to create mobile applications, the cost to build will continue to decline. This lowers a major barrier of entry and allows competition to move in much quicker than they have been able to in the past. And if you're fortunate enough to create a new successful solution, you should use all available intellectual property protections to delay or prevent the competition from quickly capitalizing on your new solution. Trademarks are used to protect your logo, name, and brand, which is your identity in the market. You should ensure and register the trademarks for your name and logo as quickly as you can before building your application. This will help to protect against others from using your name and likeness. Copyright protects images, visuals, and other types of literary works that are created from your app. It also protects the computer code. Copyright protection is generated as soon as the subject matter is created, but you'll need to register the copyright to protect against third-party infringement. Non-disclosure agreements are useful in protecting your trade secrets, and this could be your client list, it could be secrets on how the application functions. There's many things that could qualify as trade secrets. You should put non-disclosure agreements in place with your internal and external development team to ensure that your ideas around the mobile application are kept secret. And non-compete clauses provide important protections when a member of your team leaves. This will help to prevent the leaving member from directly competing with your product within a reasonable time frame, which is usually about 3 years. And many non-disclosure agreements include a non-compete clause. In many places, software-related inventions can qualify for patent protection, as long as they satisfy the requirements of patent law. But these protections can be expensive and very time-consuming. So you should consider consulting a local patent attorney to maximize your IP protections in your journey in building a new mobile healthcare solution. I hope this provides a good overview of the Peruvian healthcare environment, the process to build a new mobile healthcare application, and other considerations like the regulatory and the IP protections. Good luck as you move forward in creating value with new mobile healthcare applications. You can see my QR code here. This will connect you directly with my LinkedIn account. If anybody has any questions, you can connect me that way, or we'll take questions now. There we go.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Now I will read some questions from the audience. Did you know what's the percentage or amount of apps creators that leave a project, like dissertation?
Can you say that again?
Do you know what's the percentage or amount of app creators that leave a project? So they stop working in a project?
The people that leave? Yeah, I think it's fairly high. So I think that's really why it's important to have kind of non-competing clauses in your agreements. You don't want someone who's working on your project leaving and setting up a similar application or joining a company that becomes one of your competitors. So that I think it's certainly worth having the non-compete clause in your contracts to prevent that from happening.
Thank you. When a research or employee come up with a great invention, how much royalties has to share with his or her institution? Who gets to decide? Does that apply for students' inventions?
Yeah, can you say that one more time? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing up here.
When a research or employee come up with a great invention, how much royalties has to share with his or her institution?
So Cleveland Clinic does have a royalty sharing provision. I'm not sure what UTEC's sharing provision is. I do know in general it's usually about a third or so will go back to the inventor, but you'd have to check with your tech innovations group here at UTEC to find out what that sharing number is. It is reasonable to expect to share that with the institution that's putting forth all the resources to make it a commercial success. Yeah, that's certainly a reasonable thing to ask for. Yeah, you're going to find that in building an application, in a business solution, it takes a team, it takes a lot of people. And the bigger your team, usually the better. And so you want to make sure that whatever returns come back are being shared with the full team.
What will be the cost or the monetary gains for creating an app?
Well, some of them can be incredibly valuable. YouTube sold for $1 billion, I think, within 4 years. The costs are, I've built a kind of a proof of concept version using an app development team in India, and I was able to do it for under $10,000. Usually your MVP, so that's your first commercial release, you could probably add a 0 on the back of that. And then, as it becomes more of a formalized application, it can cost a whole lot of money.
Thank you. Do you know what is the rate of success for apps startups?
I do know there's probably over 1 million of them on the App Store that have not been successful. So I think, you know, in general, a new technology has, you know, probably a 96% failure rate. I mean, the failure rate is very high with new technologies. I think as Robin said during her presentation earlier, it's not really a failure because you've learned what doesn't work. You know, it gives you that information where you can come back and try for something more powerful. The reason that you do your proof of concept and your MVP, though, is because you can minimize your cost and you can begin to get feedback from people who will be using your application. And so you can hopefully build that into the new versions and have a better chance at success. Yeah, the good thing is you can build an application in just a few months now. So if you've got a good idea around a new product, you can get something created and in the hands of some users very quickly. Yeah, so I would encourage everybody in here, if you're thinking of a new solution, a new mobile healthcare application, you know, I think you should definitely try it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, James. Gracias, James. Perdón, es la tarde y la falta de café. Bien, ahora sí, vamos a pasar a nuestro próximo invitado. Le damos la bienvenida a James Gombard, profesor asociado de física en Georgia Tech, Atlanta. Obtuvo su licenciatura en física y matemática por la Western Illinois University y su doctorado en física en la Universidad de Illinois Urbana-Champaign en 2009, bajo la tutoría de Klaus Schulten, centrándose en el área de biofísica computacional. Después de una beca postdoctoral en Argonne National Lab, trabajando con Benoit Roux, comenzó su laboratorio en Georgia Tech a principios del 2013. Su laboratorio lleva a cabo simulaciones de dinámica molecular dirigidas principalmente a comprender el ensamblaje a escala atómica y la función de agentes infecciosos como bacterias y virus. Quien presentará el día de hoy la ponencia titulada Las simulaciones de dinámica molecular como un paso rápido y de bajo costo para abordar las amenazas microbianas. Recibimos entonces al Dr. James Gombard.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. All right. So as we're wrapping up, a little bit of a change of pace here. So, well, that's not good. Okay, fingers crossed. We'll see. So the talks we've heard so far are more focused on innovation and development. I'm going to talk a little bit more about science done in my lab, but hopefully it can be inspirational as well, convincing you that computational work can also potentially lead to new innovations and developments, particularly related to health. Okay. So I'm going to talk about coronavirus, our work on coronavirus today, but I want to just mention we work on a lot of different systems in my lab. For example, related to bacteria, looking at antibody binding to salmonella, how toxins get secreted across the outer membranes of gram-negative bacteria, and even more unusual bacteria like Coxiella burnetii, and how those construct their cell envelopes. We also look at viruses, so COVID, of course, being the one that's been dominating our world for a couple of years. So looking at doing free energy calculations, if you happen to see my talk yesterday, you got to see more of this. And then another focus in my lab is hepatitis B virus, and so we're trying to design new small molecule inhibitors, so ideally eventually could become drugs targeting HBV. Okay. So all of these take advantage of a tool we call molecular dynamics simulations, and one way to think about these, or the way we like to think about it, is as a computational microscope. So normal microscopes are very limited in what they can see, mainly by the resolution of the light they're using, whereas our computational microscope is has effectively infinite resolution, being able to peer into the inner workings of the cell and of all the molecules within, just within the limitation of the accuracy of our models, which I hope you'll be convinced are quite good now. Okay. So speaking of coronavirus specifically, so just a brief overview, we all basically have some understanding of this, how the infection process works. So the virus binds to a receptor on the host, then gets internalized into the host cell, where it releases its genetic contents, which then get translated by the ribosome and then also replicated in the case of the viral RNA. And then through some processing, after some processing, they assemble into new viruses and are released. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit today about a couple of these steps, namely binding to the host receptor, and then also one aspect of the processing that it goes through within the cell. Okay, so when the viral RNA first gets translated by the ribosome, it actually produces something called a polyprotein, and so there's an enzyme that the virus produces called the main protease, or MPRO, that has to cut up this polyprotein. So it's a necessary step. It actually has two proteases, but I'll just tell you about one of them. And when COVID first came along, one of the first things that was done was scientists determined structures of some of these components, like the main protease. So it presents as a dimer. And in particular, I show here now the active site of the protease. And one thing I want to draw your attention to are there are a few histidines in there. And if you know anything about protein biochemistry, you might recall that histidine is sometimes used as a pH sensor because its protonation state is very sensitive to local environment. And structural techniques like X-ray crystallography cannot see the protons, and so therefore they have to be modeled in. Okay. So in other words, we have to determine the protonation states, and so we thought early on maybe we could use molecular dynamics to try to assess and determine what these are. So we actually simulated about a dozen different combinations of protonation states of all these histidines, and in combination with the cysteine in the catalytic center. So we did this for the apo state, so nothing bound. We also did it for the case with a couple of different inhibitors that had been identified bound in the catalytic site. Okay, so I show here a couple of movies. So there's essentially two different protonation states shown here for two of the key histidines, and you'll notice a difference in the behavior in these two. So the one on the right, the inhibitor dislodges and leaves the active site, whereas the one on the left is stable, giving us some confidence in the protonation states we chose in the system on the left. So this sort of thing can be very helpful, in particular for drug discovery. We actually, one of the reasons this paper has so many authors is we worked with collaborators at Novartis, a pharmaceutical company, who in the drug discovery process, they need to know where the protons are, what residues are protonated and where in order to do the next steps in the drug discovery process. So this was helpful for that. Okay. So as I mentioned, I also want to talk about a different aspect of the virus or the infection process. That's binding of the virus to its host cell receptor. And so it was immediately recognized that SARS-CoV-2 binds to a protein called ACE2 on the surface of a number of cells like lung epithelial cells, also cardiac cells. And so again, crystallography initially gave us the structure. And so shown here is the receptor binding domain of the virus bound to the human ACE2. Okay. But what was very interesting about SARS-CoV-2, the binding site is identical, the exact same orientation and placement as the original SARS-CoV from 2003 and 2004, yet it was recognized very quickly that as we all know now, SARS-CoV-2 is much more infectious. And so it was immediately a question as to why. So looking at the sequence of this receptor binding domain, some differences stand out. So while the SARS-CoV and SARS-CoV-2 are overall quite similar to one another, majority identical, in the part that binds to the receptor, sometimes called receptor binding motif, there was quite a bit of difference. I highlight here some of the amino acids in the binding site. So again, thinking back to say March 2020, we thought, okay, can molecular dynamic simulations help us understand the differences where the structures alone do not? Okay. So we ran, simulations were typically limited to microsecond time scale. So we thought, okay, well, let's just run a couple of simulations of SARS-CoV bound to the ACE2 and SARS-CoV-2. And this is what we see. It's a lot of just, wiggling around. And in particular, what was kind of frustrating for us was we didn't really see any differences. At least it's not obvious from the simulation. So we could throw up our hands and say, okay, simulations maybe can't tell us anything. But we thought, okay, let's dig a little deeper. And in particular, we turned to machine learning techniques in the hopes of extracting some useful information from this otherwise extremely large and seemingly chaotic data set. Okay. So getting into the weeds a little bit, but we used inverse pairwise distances. So essentially, as our feature set, we track the distances between the receptor binding domain and ACE2 over the course of the simulation. So we had on the order of 4,000 features and 10,000 frames, so on the order of even millions of data points, which is too much for, obviously us to process, but hopefully the computer can make some sense of it. So again, a little bit of detail here. We did 3 different approaches: logistic regression, random forest, also a neural network, in order to compare the results and hopefully give us some confidence in what comes out. So this is ultimately what we got. So this plot is essentially looking at the different amino acids in the receptor binding domain of the virus. So note, I use the numbering for SARS-CoV-2, but with I think there's just one insertion. Otherwise, it's basically a one-to-one match in terms of the numbering, at least. And so the ones with the high values here, these are importance values, telling us essentially, the machine learning model is telling us these are amino acids that are important for differentiating between SARS-CoV and SARS-CoV-2 binding. So in other words, these are ones that maybe were mutated and in going to SARS-CoV-2 and made it a better binder. Okay, right. Okay, so that's what I was just saying. So I mentioned we compared different methods. So for example, like the one that stood out the most, this 417 happens to be a lysine in SARS-CoV-2, and all the different methods pick that one out as a high importance residue. Okay. So we can compare them. So I just mentioned that lysine 417. In fact, in SARS-CoV-2, it forms a salt bridge with an aspartate on ACE2, human ACE2, whereas in SARS-CoV, it was a valine, meaning that it cannot form an electrostatic attraction. Another one, there was a hydrophobic interaction that was more favorable in SARS-CoV-2, Although interestingly, just to contrast with that, there was a case, at least a few cases, where the amino acid in SARS-CoV-2, like this asparagine here, is actually worse than the corresponding one in SARS-CoV. So it's not perfectly optimized, which maybe is something to worry about, that it could even get better in terms of binding, and in fact, we know it has. So we also wanted to quantify this beyond just identifying residues, but try to put a number on how important they are. So we used free energy calculations. So I just highlight a few here. So a positive number means that in this column means that the SARS-CoV-2 amino acid is better than the SARS-CoV one, and a negative number the opposite. Okay, so the numbers themselves maybe don't mean so much in this context, but I just point out that we did see perfect agreement with experimental studies as well, so indicating, so for example, one where the SARS-CoV-2 was worse agrees with experiment, and one where it was better also agrees with experiment. So hopefully conveying that these simulations, which are relatively fast, at least compared to a lot of experiments, can already help us pinpoint important residues in the virus. Okay, so that was March 2020. We had the ancestral Wuhan variant of the virus, but now we know, it's spread to many other variants, many of them now already essentially extinct, like, alpha, gamma, beta. Last summer, Delta was dominating, and now it's really, I think, pretty much all Omicron now. So the question is, what can simulations help us understand about the evolution of these variants, and in particular, how virulent they are? Okay, so are they more transmissible? Will treatments we have still be effective against the variants? Okay. So I just note, actually going back, variants started popping up already at the end of 2020. So I just note a few of them, few of the mutations that were identified here. So for example, E484K, so this is a glutamate becoming a lysine, so a swap of the charge. N501Y started popping up in the early variants, and then also K417N. So we again turned to free energy calculations to try to evaluate what these mutations were doing for the virus. And so like E484K, this negative free energy difference means that it made the binding better to ACE2. N501Y was actually kind of interesting. We didn't expect that changing an asparagine to a tyrosine would have such a large effect, and yet it apparently did, 4.5 kcal per mole. And then this last mutation that was appearing was actually positive, so it actually hurt binding to ACE2. And you might think, well, does that make sense? Why would that be the case? Well, so first of all of these did agree with experimental results that, for example, the N501Y, even though it's not obvious, is in fact the most beneficial mutation. E484K is also beneficial, whereas the K417N is not beneficial for binding ACE2, but actually we now think that it's important for evading antibodies. So that swap, it essentially trades a little bit of efficiency of binding to the host cell receptor for avoiding antibody binding. And I just point out, so this is December 2020. Again, lots of stuff has changed since then, but these two mutations are present in Omicron as well. So they were apparently important enough to be maintained. This third one here, E484K, is also mutated in Omicron, but interestingly, it becomes an alanine. So we also used MD simulations to look at absolute binding free energy. So rather than targeting or focusing on individual residues, looking at the binding overall of the receptor binding domain to the host cell receptor ACE2. So I just show here, this is a table of a number of calculations we did. I just emphasize again, we got pretty good agreement with experiment, really within our margin of error. So this one, if you look closely, you note that one seems to be off by quite a bit. That was actually, we discovered a flaw in the model that was created by doing that calculation. So that was an important result. So I draw your attention, for example, delta. Delta, we actually confirmed, is a little weaker in terms of binding, or a little looser to the receptor ACE2, even though it's more transmissible. So that's interesting. We also looked at, I just draw your attention, these proteins are actually covered in glycans. They're both ACE2 and at least the receptor binding domain has one glycan, one or two glycans attached to it. So we also looked at the role of those and found that they both can help and hinder, so it ends up being roughly a net wash. But that was kind of an interesting side note. Okay. We also used these calculations to characterize the affinity of antibodies for the receptor binding domain. We picked out two that had been identified as clinically relevant and importantly had been structurally solved. And looked at the binding of one to the Delta variant and then one to the original wild type. Again, getting pretty good agreement with experiments. And also importantly, what we can get out of the simulations is detailed information about the interactions and down to the residue level. So highlighting here, for example, specific interactions that stabilize the binding and then can also help us perhaps understand how they will bind, how these antibodies will bind to new variants. So already from our analysis, we were able to predict that one of these antibodies would still be effective against Omicron, and it seems to be borne out by recent experiments, whereas many other antibodies are less or even not effective against Omicron. This one we predicted would be, and indeed it is. Okay, so just summarizing, I hope I've convinced you that MD simulations can provide really a new or can provide new insight into these problems, and in particular, they can provide a rapid means of assessing or answering questions relevant to even clinical applications. So, for example, in terms of drug development, we could predict and identify the most favorable protonation states for a key drug target, the main protease. The drug Paxlovid, actually, one of the key molecules within that drug acts on this protein. We also, through free energy calculations, and machine learning, we could pinpoint and quantify the roles of specific amino acids, which again, we could use this to, say, predict how variants, immediately after they've been sequenced, we can predict how variants will behave, or even identify potential new variants before they even emerge. And then, additionally, we can assay the binding of, say, antibodies and predict their efficacy to variants. All right, so just wrapping up, just thank, so my lab at Georgia Tech, we're a mixture, so I'm a physicist by training, but we're really an interdisciplinary group. We're a mixture of physicists and chemists and bioengineers and bioscientists, biologists. And I just highlight in particular the people in our kind of core coronavirus team that did a lot of this work. And I thank all of you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Now we'll read some questions from the audience. Did you use supercomputers to run your simulation? How long it took to run them? And which software you guys use to run machine learning?
Okay. So, yeah, the first question, did we use supercomputers? So, again, if you saw my talk yesterday, I highlighted how we use these like petascale machines, $200 million machine. For these calculations, we did not need to do that. So we used, a lot of times, just one GPU even was enough to run these simulations within a few days, depending on how many we were running, of course. The second question was what software we're using. We're using, primarily in my lab, NAMD and VMD. So NAMD is a simulation software, VMD is for visualization. Both of them completely free and open source.
How long does it take?
Sorry,
How long did it take?
How long did it take? It depends on which study we're talking about, anywhere from days to months, depending on how in-depth we went. Sometimes, much longer for the publication, of course, because, you have to go through a review process, but the initial calculations could be done even within days to a few weeks. Yeah.
Thank you. How is the transition of this technology to an application?
Say that one more time.
How is the transition of this technology to an application?
Okay, so, I'm an academic scientist, right? So we know that there tends to be too big a barrier between us and getting to the application. That is something we're trying to change little by little. For example, the project with the main protease, we were working really hand in hand with scientists at Novartis to try to give them information as rapidly as possible that they could use in their own modeling process as they were trying to assess whether or not to try to develop an antiviral based on that. But yeah, admittedly, so for like the antibody binding, maybe thankfully nobody in a clinic is taking our advice on whether they should take a certain treatment or not. We're not there yet. But the hope is that we can start to inspire these connections and maybe at least bring it a little closer. More translational is kind of the buzzword we use. Yeah.
Do you think quantum computing can improve the speed of molecular dynamics?
Quantum computing. Off the top of my head, I don't think so, but maybe I'm just not creative enough. That's still a long ways off in any case. I don't think anybody's thought about that yet.
Okay, if molecular variant is found, could it be patented?
Like a variant, could it be patented? I don't know. That would probably. I'm not so on top of how the IP works. I don't know if you'd want to patent it, right? Is that if you find like a better variant, is that you have like a weapon of some kind? Maybe, yeah. I know people have tried to patent genes, right? But I don't know how well that actually works in practice. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Gracias, James. Bien, y ahora, para finalizar con las presentaciones, damos la bienvenida al doctor Julio Valdivia, actual director del Departamento de Bioingeniería y del Centro de Investigación en Bioingeniería de UTEC. Julio cuenta con una amplia experiencia en investigación y docencia, experto en medicina translacional, astrobiología, investigación del cáncer e inmunología. Su formación como médico cirujano tiene además doctorados en astrobiología y oncoinmunología por la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, postdoctorados en NASA Ames, Stanford University y en el Instituto Nacional de Cancerología en México. Julio va a dar la última ponencia denominada La tecnología en medicina. ¿Cuál es el futuro? Julio, por favor.
Bueno, primero gracias a todos por estar acá. Yo finalizo las ponencias y quiero contarles un poco en español. ¿Por qué? Porque yo conversaba con Jeff el día de ayer y esta mañana y conversaba con todos los ponentes. Y cuando conversábamos habían conceptos probablemente para gente de Cleveland Clinic muy obvia, ¿no? Como una data muy obvia, pero para nosotros, digamos, y para los médicos y colegas médicos ahora, creo que es muy importante saber hacia dónde estamos yendo, qué está pasando y qué nuevos desafíos nos están trayendo. Es por ello que quiero comenzar un poco contándoles que, bueno, yo particularmente Como habrán visto en mi background, un poco me he metido en temas del espacio, ¿no? El cometa Halley en el año 86 fue probablemente una de las primeras inspiraciones que tuve cuando miramos el cielo. Era muy pequeño en ese momento, pero bueno, el 2061 más o menos estará de nuevo por acá. Espero que no se acerque demasiado a la Tierra, ¿no? Pero bueno, fue una de las inspiraciones iniciales. Y justamente, bueno, muchos memes me han hecho acerca incluso los alumnos, acerca de que soy un marciano y cosas así por ese acercamiento al espacio que tuve, ¿no? Sin embargo, bueno, yo estoy haciendo cosas un poco interesantes del espacio. Y bueno, tuve la suerte de estar en un programa de una universidad que, bueno, no es una universidad, es un programa que se llama Singularity University el año 2010, donde fui parte de ese grupo, ahí está Peter Diamandis abajo, en el que veíamos un poco qué pasaba con las tecnologías en general en el mundo, hacia dónde estamos yendo en tecnología. Y hablamos de la tecnología exponencial. Y bueno, justo en ese momento estaba trabajando en NASA y bueno, hacíamos un equipo. Como también le contaba ayer a nuestros amigos de Cleveland, les contaba que bueno, toda iniciativa de espacio, bueno, es considerada seguridad nacional en los Estados Unidos y bueno, alguien no puede hacer así nomás una startup de espacio en los Estados Unidos. Bueno, tuve la suerte de estar en un lanzamiento en el MSL el 2011, rumbo a Marte, ¿no? Ahí estaba, participé en la misión Phoenix y Curiosity, el robot Curiosidad, el año 2011. Y esto demostró algo importante, el desafío que toda la humanidad tiene para poder llegar al espacio. Ya hemos llegado probablemente a la Luna, ¿no? Algunos no lo creen, pero sí lo hemos hecho. Y Marte es uno de nuestros objetivos que, a pesar de que muchos puedan decir que tenemos muchos problemas, etcétera, el hombre es un ser explorador por naturaleza. Y así como salimos del África y llegamos a poblar todo el mundo, el hombre, digan lo que digan, llegará algún momento a Marte. Y esta visión nos hace pensar en que justamente pues el año 1957, ¿no? Sputnik fue un evento que disparó la era espacial, ¿no? Los rusos mandaron Sputnik y obviamente todos se asustaron y comenzó la carrera espacial y cambió muchas cosas. Y probablemente COVID sea ahora uno de los hitos que van a marcar un cambio importante quizás para la salud. Y eso lo dice, bueno, acá pongo a Regina Dugan, que es actualmente una de las directoras de DARPA, que actualmente es el CEO de Wellcome Leap. Dice, así como el Sputnik, ¿no? Inició esta etapa de la era espacial, quizás COVID ahora comience a disparar la era de la salud. ¿Por qué hablamos de ese tema? Justamente, obviamente, es muy lógico hablar de las tecnologías exponenciales. Sabemos nosotros cómo está generando y cómo COVID ha generado y está generando innovación, colaboración y muchos descubrimientos. Acabamos de ver las cosas que el profesor Gumbart nos ha mostrado, la gran cantidad de datos que están apareciendo. Y justamente la idea es llegar a un mundo nuevo con mayor salud y mucho más inteligente. Y digo esto porque miren ustedes cómo en tan solo 19 días Pokémon Go alcanzó 50 millones de usuarios comparado a 75 años que llevó tener el teléfono. O si alguien tenía su Facebook, 4 años para llegar a 50 millones de usuarios. Mientras que en solo pequeños días ahora, con una aplicación podemos tener la cantidad enorme de usuarios. Es decir, estamos exponencialmente cambiando las cosas, ¿no? Por otro lado, sabemos, y ya conversamos esto muchas veces, cómo exponencialmente las cosas se hacen más rápidas, más pequeñas, más baratas. Ya podemos ver cómo incluso pueden evaluarse y detectarse problemas del oído, digamos, con tu smartphone, ¿no? Básicamente nuestro celular se está volviendo en una maquinaria enorme con muchas aplicaciones de muchas cosas, con muchos datos. Todas estas tecnologías que crecían antes del COVID de manera muy rápida, sí, exponencial, pero muy rápida y muy acelerada, pero a veces no interconectada ahora, están comenzando a tener una convergencia importante que justamente ha llevado a generar estas carreras nuevas, ¿no? Y esa es una visión un poco de la universidad. Aparece Bioingeniería, por ejemplo, jalando ya herramientas de integración entre ingeniería, medicina y biología. Aparece una serie de aplicaciones en la ingeniería, no solamente buscando soluciones de ingeniería para solucionar problemas médicos que también pueden ser extrapolados al área veterinaria, y no solo a las plantas también, como algunos alumnos me buscan, querían hacer sus árboles artificiales, etcétera. Bueno, ese es otro tema. O temas de sistemas biológicos que puedan ser usados como herramientas para los ingenieros. Además aparece Computer Science y Data Science con mucha fuerza, dándonos a nosotros ahora todo el tema de inteligencia artificial, Machine Learning, Deep Learning, a alta velocidad, ¿no? Entonces, estas nuevas carreras que están apareciendo están integrando todas estas ideas, todas estas ciencias, todo este conocimiento, que llega justamente a ver cómo la tecnología con el cuidado de la salud pueden llevar a nuevas cosas como biología computacional y lo que buscamos nosotros y muchos hospitales ya, en clínicas incluso en Perú, que ya están tratando de hacer cosas en lo que se llama medicina de precisión o medicina personalizada. Entonces, si vemos todo esto y cómo está apareciendo tanto esta convergencia, ¿no? Tenemos que pensar, ¿dónde está la medicina ahora? En la cuarta revolución industrial, medicina parece haberse quedado entre la segunda, entre la tercera y la cuarta. ¿Por qué digo esto? Porque todavía vemos hospitales que usan fax, historias clínicas a mano y grandes salas de espera. Y eso lo pueden observar en nuestros hospitales también, y no solamente en nuestros hospitales, también en algunos hospitales en una serie de países. Estamos viendo cómo desde 1918 las medidas de control se basan en mascarillas, distancia social, lavado de manos en los colegios, y exactamente el 2020, 2021 es exactamente lo mismo. En otras palabras, ¿estamos hablando de cuidado de la salud o estamos hablando de cuidado de la enfermedad? ¿Es un healthcare o es un sick care? En realidad, lo que está pasando es que en estas 4 paredes de cada clínica y hospital se generan datos intermitentes, episódicos, que no están conectados entre ellos. ¿Qué buscamos entonces en un healthcare o sick care entre enfermedad, cuidado de salud o enfermedad, en un tema básicamente reactivo de control de daños o un tema proactivo que probablemente es el que buscamos? ¿Qué está pasando entonces? Estamos esperando entonces así una nueva pandemia con las mismas respuestas, con la misma forma de hacer las cosas. No, justamente pasar de este día, de un cuidado hospitalario que no es móvil, que está metido en clínicas, datas que a veces se habrán dado cuenta ustedes en Perú, que si yo tengo una radiografía en la clínica A y voy a la B, ¿no? En la B me vuelven a decir que haga lo mismo de la A, porque simplemente toda la información está centrada en centros de salud, en 4 paredes, con datos que muchas veces los tratan como si fueran, digamos, únicos, ¿no? Para manejarlos solamente ellos. Llegar a un tema en que probablemente muchos estamos, en el que ya estamos teniendo monitoreo en nuestras casas, ¿no? Con nuestros celulares, nuestros relojes, que nos dicen los latidos cardíacos, que nos dicen también cómo estamos en pasos y cómo estamos de salud, o cómo estamos de peso también, ¿no? De ese tema no se habla mucho. Aquí, a llegar a un tema de tiempo real, que en tiempo real ya esa data pueda ser integrada. ¿Para qué? Para tener un proceso continuo, proactivo, personalizado y además ahora toda la gente que tenga esa data ya no sea simplemente guardada en su celular, sino también sea compartida de alguna forma, obviamente con protección de datos, que es importante, pero que pueda ser usada ¿para qué? Para tener justamente información en cualquier momento, en cualquier lugar y sobre todo para bajar costos y tener prevención. Es así, este es un ejemplo importante cómo la tecnología 5G ha podido unir muchas de las cosas desde cuidados intensivos hasta prevención, diagnóstico, terapia y terapias, por ejemplo, de un Internet de las cosas a un Internet de las cosas, pero médicas. Estamos llegando a este tema de la digitalización, ya todo en un plug and play, ¿no? Poner, sacar, entender la data. Eso es lo que está pasando ahora. ¿Qué más? Estamos viendo que hemos creado una gran onda de datos que muchas veces han estado separados, ¿no? Que necesitan ser unidos justamente con esas tecnologías que vienen. La información de datos, una cantidad enorme de datos, que tienen que pasar a ser información y después pasar a conocimiento y a utilidad clínica, ha llevado a una gran brecha y diferentes brechas que probablemente ahora COVID nos ha demostrado que pueden ser unidas, ¿no? Se han dado cuenta ustedes cómo la información, incluso molecular, ha servido rápidamente, en 2 años, para generar vacunas, para generar una serie de soluciones en diferentes aspectos, ¿no? Han salido muchísimas más publicaciones, han salido muchísimas también ideas nuevas de solución. Y eso justamente, este gap justamente, pues nos ha dado ahora esta colaboración internacional para prevención, diagnóstico, terapia, ¿no? Y descubrimientos. Muy bien, en términos de costos, se habrán dado cuenta ustedes que en realidad la mayoría de fondos actuales se dan justamente en el tema también de comportamiento, no solamente ya en el tema de la salud como tal de genética, sino en comportamiento. ¿Por qué les digo esto? Todos los smartwatches que ustedes pueden ver, ¿no? El Fitbit que salió hace muchos años, etcétera, pueden darse cuenta que están viendo la parte, cuántos pasos das tú al día siguiente, cómo estás caminando, qué estás comiendo. Han comenzado a aparecer, por ejemplo, puntos como, bueno, este paper, por ejemplo, este artículo que muestra un poco sobre toda la cantidad de nuevos wearables, ¿no? Que pueden estar junto contigo, acompañarte, incluso ya se habla de tattoos, que pueden ver si tienes diabetes o no, cambian de color, etcétera. ¿Qué más? Podemos ver que todo esto pues ha llevado a que puede justamente avisar al médico, integrar al médico si estás yendo, por ejemplo, una persona que ha tenido COVID, que en los siguientes días puede decir, bueno, está yendo muy bien o no está yendo muy bien, ¿no? En base a la caminata, a cómo está caminando, a cómo está yendo, etcétera. Y además hacer incluso datos más complicados para ver incluso si está durmiendo bien, cómo está su actividad, sus indicadores de salud. Es interesante ver cómo esta cantidad enorme de sensores que están apareciendo, ¿ya? Que justamente son pues uno de los pilares, digamos así, de los bioingenieros, generar estos sensores junto con los electrónicos, con la área biológica, llevan a que ya estos pequeños dispositivos ya no sean solamente que cuantifiquen un dato y lo tengan en el dato y solo te sirva a ti, sino que también puedan llegar al médico para generar lo que se llama una salud cuantificada, ¿no? De ser una autocuantificación a llevar a una salud cuantificada que pueda ser rápidamente en una respuesta rápida. Y así llevar justamente el tema del diagnóstico, de medirlo, a llevar un diagnóstico y llevarlo a un tratamiento generalmente justamente gracias al tema digital. O sea, todo ahora puede apuntar a que podamos tener grandes cantidades de datos y es por eso que es importante comentar algunas cosas más. Miren, acá están los famosos wearables para ver, por ejemplo, cómo está el sistema del oído, en el anillo, incluso dentro, ¿no? Hay gente que incluso puede ser insertado. Y incluso un shockable, que le llaman así, ¿no? Esto le gustaría mucho a algunos de las asistentes acá, yo sé, para que cuando alguien toma una cervecita más, le manda su shock, ¿no? Para decir ya no tomes más o ya no comas más calorías. Nos mandan un shockable, ¿no? Por ejemplo, creo que creo que esto podría ser un excelente mercado aquí en el Perú. Pero como pueden ver ustedes, incluso para diagnóstico, ¿no? De respiración, para detectar marcadores de cáncer pulmonar, para la voz como un marcador de estado de ánimo, si alguien está con algún problema psiquiátrico, psicológico, de depresión, etcétera. Estamos hablando entonces, pues, que cómo todo esto ha llevado a que aparezca una nueva ciencia ómica, ¿no? La digitómica, ¿no? Así como el transcriptoma, etcétera. Estamos hablando del digitoma, gran cantidad de datos que pueda llevar a justamente un tema de precisión medicina. Entonces, lleva esto a que estos datos y con estos algoritmos pues hablan ya de temas de predicción, perdón. Y pasamos de que la medicina, que ha sido una ciencia clínica soportada por datos, se vuelva una ciencia de datos soportada por clínicos. Es súper interesante pensar lo que estamos viviendo ahora. Imagínense, ¿no? Ya todos esos sensores que vean, así como cuando prenden su automóvil, vean si está bien el motor, igual sepamos cómo estamos yendo, hasta aparecer una serie de capas, que es justamente las ciencias ómicas, ¿no? El genoma, el transcriptoma, para llevar a que no solamente sea una sola capa, que es la que tenemos los médicos, que es signos y síntomas, y un poquito de genética, sino una serie de capas más allá que pueda realmente cambiar incluso la taxonomía de las enfermedades, es lo que se llama medicina de precisión. Esta comparación del Google, ¿no? Cómo diferentes capas pueden generar justamente, decir exactamente 2 puntos, cómo pueden estar conectados en diferentes áreas, a ver, una capa de, por ejemplo, dónde están los árboles, dónde están los caminos, etcétera, y poder decir, esta zona es exactamente igual a esta otra, a pesar de no estar cerca, ¿no? Y lo mismo, tener una serie de capas en los diferentes ciencias ómicas que va a llevar justamente a una gran cantidad de datos que tengan que ser manejados y poder de repente cambiar la taxonomía de muchas enfermedades, ¿no? Justamente este paper que sale en Nature muestra cómo un sistema con wearables puede predecir, incluso antes de la aparición de síntomas, la presencia de una enfermedad como COVID. Simplemente viendo cómo está esta persona, digamos, siendo monitoreada por estos wearables, ¿no? Estos dispositivos. Y bueno, pues imagínense ahora tener un mapa de infecciones, ¿no? Y puse a los Estados Unidos un ejemplo. Tus gráficas sociales, ¿no? Tu red social, y además de eso, saber con quiénes te vas a contactar. Tú podrías tener un resultado en tu celular que diga, hoy día no le des la mano a Bob porque tiene un riesgo de que de repente está en una zona infectada, ¿no? Entonces de esa manera podrían decir, no, ya no me acerco a él. Bueno, un poquito también un poco feo, pero a esto estamos llegando, ¿no? Mezclando toda esa información para saber exactamente dónde estamos, en qué estamos. Kits que tienen que ver ya en casa para hacer esto, para ver cómo están tus funciones vitales, ¿no? Que llega de la presencia a simplemente una computadora y potenciando la medicina, o la inteligencia artificial potenciando estos sistemas, ¿no? Justamente eso es lo que está pasando ahora. Estamos viendo un momento en el que, bueno, acá, por ejemplo, XPRIZE para detectar rápido COVID, ¿no? Grandes fondos para detectar rápido, sistemas microfluídicos para detectar rápido también enfermedades, ¿no? Microbombas que pueden ser conectadas a la batería de tu celular. Eso es lo que está pasando, ¿no? Entonces, ¿qué más, no? La inteligencia aumentada, porque ya, como decía el profesor Kumbar también, tenemos una limitación de la cantidad de datos que tenemos como humanos, entonces necesitamos, obviamente, la presencia de sistemas computacionales que nos den mayor soporte. Pero esta parte es algo que quizás no podrá ser reemplazado por las máquinas de la inteligencia artificial. Muchas veces hay esta idea de que las computadoras nos pueden algún día vencer a los médicos, ¿no? Pero lo que va a ocurrir es que, si bien es cierto, las computadoras no van a vencer algunos otros aspectos del contacto persona a persona, lo que sí va a hacer es los médicos que no conozcan la tecnología van a ser los que van a ser reemplazados. Y bueno, esto se ha disparado muchísimo. Miren cuando la cantidad de visitas por telemedicina como se ha incrementado casi 3.500 veces. Están habiendo chats ahora especiales, ¿no? Estamos hablando de que ha sido disparado el mundo maker, ¿no? Gente que incluso en la universidad, ¿no? Fabricando ventiladores mecánicos. El mundo maker de los Fab Labs se disparó. O sea, estamos en un momento en que como COVID ha disparado esto, y en esta etapa post-COVID hemos quedado con una lección. Hemos quedado con una lección que, así como es un gran desafío llegar a Marte, y seguramente algún día lo vamos a hacer, probablemente algunos de nosotros ya no lo veamos, otros sí. Es un desafío que se logrará, pero justamente cuando hay un desafío grande es cuando se juntan y cuando los eventos multidisciplinarios son los que van a lograr vencer esos desafíos. Hay dos pequeñas frases que me gustaron mucho y que también las pone en sus presentaciones el doctor Daniel Kraft, que son: el futuro ya está aquí, pero lo que falta es distribuirlo adecuadamente. Y el mejor futuro y la mejor forma de predecir el futuro es crearlo tú mismo. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Julio, por la ponencia. Ahora les voy a leer las preguntas del público. ¿Hay algún proyecto sobre bioapps en la UTEC en estos momentos?
Sobre aplicaciones en biología. Bueno, hay unos intentos de algunos alumnos por ello. Justamente ahora va a haber una pequeña presentación arriba de algunos proyectos que los voy a invitar en el piso 11 al final de este tiempo. Y bueno, sí, pero ya orientados con un tema de escalamiento, justamente es un tema del que vamos a esperar que se pueda hacer, ¿no? Pero en este momento no.
¿Qué tecnologías médicas se están explorando en la UTEC?
Bueno, en UTEC tenemos todo el área de bioingeniería, ¿no? Con el apoyo también de gente de Cleveland Clinic. Estamos trabajando en áreas de microfluídica, en áreas de biología sintética, en áreas computacionales, también con la colaboración de ciencia de la computación y ciencia de datos, que son carreras nuevas, en el área sobre todo bioinformática, ¿no? Que es súper importante ahora. Como han visto, todo se está digitalizando en la medicina y es importante tener y manejar esa cantidad de datos para que pues, realmente sea de utilidad clínica, ¿no? Así que en esas áreas todas las estamos tratando de manejar junto con las otras carreras, que no solamente es bioingeniería, está ahí mecánica, está electrónica, etcétera, ¿no?
En el Perú, ¿qué ejemplos o intentos existen de usos de ciencia de datos en la medicina?
Muy pocos. Tenemos un par de, bueno, la experiencia de UTEC, tenemos ya una comunicación con el laboratorio Roche, por ejemplo, para poder tener historias clínicas en el área oncológica, ¿ya? Y manejar esos datos. Tenemos con algunos intentos, con algunos colegas de otras empresas farmacológicas que también quieren entrar en eso para enfermedades raras, por ejemplo, que es un tema que ojalá se dé con Sanofi. Además de ello, estamos apoyando a la creación de un laboratorio de inteligencia artificial con Corea. Probablemente por ahí está la representante que iba a venir. Y bueno, son intentos de la universidad de poder querer hacer eso en medicina.
¿Qué tan lejano está que las clínicas en Perú utilicen estos nuevos dispositivos de diagnóstico que mencionaste?
Bueno, son dispositivos que son fáciles de hacer, sensores muy sencillos, acá los podemos realizar sin problema. Es un tema más de conocer. El problema que tenemos, como decía al inicio, es que seguimos con la misma historia de siempre, ¿no? De la vieja escuela de la medicina, cuando ahora la tecnología está fácil, de más acceso y que se pueden hacer muchas cosas, sobre todo en la aplicación, como decía Jeff, en la mañana, aplicaciones, cosas mucho más rápidas y bueno, ahí podemos avanzar bastante.
Mi pregunta es con respecto al caso de Téranos y si cree que la idea de tener un laboratorio en casa para diagnosticar enfermedades sin necesidad de ir físicamente a los laboratorios convencionales sea realizable en el corto plazo.
En el Perú necesitamos primero conocer todo lo que hemos visto y entrenar más a los médicos y también esa relación con los ingenieros, ¿no? Por eso los ingenieros son vitales ahora en nuestro país. Listo, muchas gracias.
Bueno, llegamos al final de las presentaciones. Tal como se mencionó al inicio, los invitamos ahora a subir al piso 11, donde podrán ver los resultados del esfuerzo y el trabajo de nuestros estudiantes y profesores para implementar proyectos de tecnología de bajo costo para combatir futuras pandemias. La carrera de Bioingeniería y el Centro de Investigación de UTEC agradece a todos ustedes por su gentil asistencia y ya nos estaremos viendo el próximo año en nuestro Summit Cleveland Clinic UTEC. Gracias a todos por su presencia.